Hey, hey! It's really cold today. By West Coast standards, I know people say, "Well, oh, well, did you know it's colder over here where I live in fucking Anchorage?" Wow, thank you. That's so good of you to remind me that the world is the different climates are experienced by different people. No, I had a great birthday. It was really good. We made a great cake. Um, we had a great time. Yeah, here. But here, I'll share the best parts with you. I'll share the best parts, okay? So the day went very well. Show cake. I can just show the cake. Yeah, I can just show the cake. Yeah, hold on. One of those real fat boy hours. I'm putting the work in to eat this thing, but it's not easy. But it's held up really good. Chocolate peanut butter. Definitely the best cake we've made thus far. Because I always have a chocolate peanut butter cake because fat boy hours. But as you can see, we've got a chocolate ganache on top. No, I'm trying to put this thing away. I had some in the morning today. If you can appreciate how much effort I'm putting into, whew, it's not. Yeah, 40 billion calories. Okay, it's very. Let me put this away before I get tempted. No, my partner and I made it. Normally, I always make a big slop cake, My partner's been taking it more seriously, found a nice recipe. So yeah, it's been pretty good. It's okay to treat yourself to the cake. I know what you don't need to tell me, motherfucker. It's my birthday cake. I'm not this isn't fucking ED Twitter, okay? You don't need to tell me that it's okay to have a treat now and again. I know. Fuck it. My partner was like, just to let you know, we don't have to eat all of it. And I was like, well, it's my birthday cake. I don't care if it kills me. It's my cake. No, it's very good. And also, among other things, a beautiful present right back there for my partner. A nice bit of ceramic art that we saw from a Japanese expo over at Glasswing. And as you can see, it's very pretty with this like oxygenized glaze. I don't know. It looks to me like an oil slick, like when you see gasoline spilled on water, like at a gas station, but like that, but very pretty. Thing Japan. No, truly, truly. I'm very fond of it. But the real story. Is it oxygenated copper? No, it might be a copper glaze, but it is clay. Um, uh, what was I saying? Oh, the real story from the from my birthday. So and it's not as grotesque now. But there's an outdoor cat, not a stray cat, but like an outdoor cat. I don't like outdoor cats. You should keep them inside. Um, Very mean boy, right? And he shows up now and again at our window and menaces Bagheera, a black cat outside, menacing our black cat inside. And and on my birthday, Bagheera was yowling, at the window, so we have to I go out there. And the outdoor cat is perched on a chair that we have in front of our house. And before I've been able to shoo him away by like tilting the chair because the cat goes bang and then runs off. Um, but I didn't know how pissy this outdoor cat was. So I think, well, let me gauge how it feels to see if I can get away with tilting the chair, you know? So I reach forward a little bit to see, to like see how its eyes follow my arm, like how mad are you, whatever. Cat teleports onto my arm. And it's not as grotesque as it was right after, but guy guy really got me. I mean, like properly again, now it looks fine, but got like deep into the arm and clawed it up and everything. Didn't bite it, but got me pretty good. Got me pretty good. And I have to like shake him off like this. He didn't mean to. He did mean to. That piece of shit. It did hurt. And anyway, chased the cat off, but I had to go get a tetanus shot because I don't remember when I last got one. You rabies now? No, I do not have rabies now. Or if I do, you'll hear about it. Did you cry? No, the birthday boy did not cry. But I did wear a bunch of bandages on my arm because it was like dripping blood when we went out to a restaurant. You know, you should get the rabies shots. He didn't bite me. It's fine. It's fine. Did Bagheera defend you? No, but afterwards Bagheera did hover around me, so I think that Bagheera knew I took the bullet for her. You know? Like she knew that I defended her. I stood my ground. I held frame. You know? I think so. I don't have Bagheera with me right now. I've got River. I'm not gonna pick her up because she looks, she looks comfy. Hello, River. Ooh, River. Oh, 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 oh. Maybe I am gonna pick you up. Maybe I am gonna pick you up. Why didn't you defend me? Why didn't you defend me? Why didn't you attack the evil cat? That cat would have fucked you up. That was a mean cat. You're a nice cat. Look at you. All right. Back up onto the heat box. Back up onto the PC. $3,000 for an ass heater. Proper lady who covers her bits. Yeah, she's very modest. It's the rabies shot fund. Yeah. You should get a rabies shot, dog. No. The damn cat doesn't have rabies, okay? Rabies kills cats super quick anyway. It's a known outdoor cat. The cat expresses rabies symptoms, then I'll get a rabies shot. But it didn't even bite me. It's fine. It's fine. Not gonna get a damn rabies shot. Feeling thirsty? Always. Always. How many cats does he have now? 2 cats. We've got 2 cats in this house, okay? Why not rabies shot? Guys! I know you'd be out of your preferred YouTube politics content, but come on. Good Lord. Craving rice and beans are symptoms of rabies, the last I heard. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I did make some garbo-ass fucking great northern beans last night. It was midnight and I was like, I should boil some beans and then fry them and then add a little bit of salt, olive oil, and such, you know? It was terrible. Really good though. River, what the fuck are you doing? She's rubbing her face on my light. You're gonna knock this thing over. What are you doing? What are you doing? You just want head rubs. You just want head rubs. Who doesn't? Head rubs and the claw my fucking wool sweater. My wool sweater. If you damage my wool sweater, I'm knitting the repairs with fibers made out of your fur. I'm gonna brush you and mat the fur together and weave it into the yes. Oh, she's so playful. What are you doing? Mwah. 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 She doesn't even know there's an audience. All right. I'm genuinely concerned about your PC's airflow. Honestly, you should be. It could use a solid cleaning and also not having a cat on top of it. Every time I play Path of Exile 2, Diablo Dark Ages, anything that, has ray tracing in it, it sounds like there's a vacuum going right next to my head. Oh, there she goes. She jumped down. Surprised your PC didn't explode during E33. It was running pretty hot. It was running pretty hot. Oh, she's staring at me now. Well, how are you guys doing, huh? Happy belated birthday, by the way. No, happy birthday to me. That's my position on the issue. Happy birthday to me. And anyone else whose birthday it was. Everyone have a good Valentine's Day? You know what's an unrivaled technique that no one talks about? Or maybe too many people talk about so no one takes it seriously? I'm telling you, getting a little bit of flowers for someone you like. You got to throw some flowers at them. People love that shit. Guy, girl, doesn't matter. Non-binary people? I'm not entirely sure. Guess it depends, you know? Kind of a specialty class thing. Chocolates? Chocolates? Classic Valentine's Day bullshit, you know? People love that. Non-binary people like gift cards instead? Really? All right. All right, hold your damn horses with the text. God damn. Sheesh. Paragraph posting. Just give me cash? Yeah, that's an option. That's what I always give people during their weddings. Just cash in an envelope. Nice, Diggy Sows. Cash means much less once married, though. I feel like it means a lot. You know? When you're just getting married? Everyone's cash starved when you're just getting married. Gotcha, the radical dino. But also quit essay posting, you goof. You have a P.O. box, would like to send you a gift? No gifts. It's all right. No gifts. How could you ever be sad at money as a gift? I mean, some people might say it's inconsiderate because you don't know. See, the problem is there's two spectrums to this. Sometimes it's you don't know what to get a person, and sometimes, as is the case for me, a person's tastes are too specific or esoteric. Like I know a guy, right? A chef, you know? How do you get a gift for a chef? Now you might think, well, a nice set of knives. Okay, he's got a nice set of knives. Oh, nice dishware. He's got nice dishware. How do I know what he wants? Right? I mean your brother? Yeah, I mean my brother. How do I know what he wants, right? Just ask them. Well, sure, but sometimes, you know, people want a very specific thing. And if they're just saying like the item, it's like an Amazon gift list. You know, some people don't like doing that. What do you want as a gift? Oh, here's my wish list. It's like kind of a wedding thing. You know, you're allowed to act like that with a wedding, but with with a birthday gift or a Christmas gift, usually you're supposed to surprise people. It's just what people prefer, you know. A nice apron? That is an option. That is an option. Everyone wants a cast iron juicer. You don't know you want it till you have it. You know, we got one recently. Saw a YouTube short with a big hand-powered iron juicer. You know, just a big like to get the juice out of the oranges. Saw one YouTube short, got one shot, bought it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Cast iron? Well, no, it's not actually cast iron because that's something like for pans. I figured the person who said cast iron juicer was just bullshitting, and what they meant was like a big metal thing. I don't really know what the point of a cast iron juicer would be. It's made out of stainless steel, right? I don't know what benefit you would get from it being cast iron. Make it look more rustic? I don't know. You can put it in the oven? I guess that's an option. Did not get a lot of sleep last night. Did you get a cake? Go back to the beginning of stream. You stand on the shoulders of giants. River. My significant other and I boycott Valentine's because it's too American and commercialized. You know what the real red pill is? The real red pill is understanding that it's always been like that, but humanity perseveres in spite of it. You know? Like, you could go back to 1273 and you're walking down the village and you've got people who are like, oh, Saint Valentine's biscuits made a special for the lovers, and like ringing a gigantic bell or something. I guarantee you, no matter where, like, it's just how people are. I don't know when Saint Valentine was born. Maybe he wasn't around back then. It's always been like that. You have to. Nice, well done. You've got to carve sincerity out of the world, okay? Listen, the sincerity is not waiting there for you to pick it up, okay? The sincerity is there for you to excavate from the world, like an archaeologist, right? Or yeah, you have to make it yourself. You build the sincerity. Loosely based on Roman holiday Lupercalia. Those Romans. There are texts from Roman people complaining that a temple made up a holiday donation. Many such cases. Fucking Hallmark temple. Hallmarkinius. Very good, Samari. All right. Are any politics happening? I wasn't paying attention. I was having a birthday. I was straight up not paying attention. I was playing Diablo 2. They came out with a new class. It's kind of crazy. Oh my lord. You see the video that Zeron posted? Yeah, I saw. Okay. You know, give me a feel good to start. Then we'll see what the fuck is going on. Played any Brotato? Of course I have. I have 100% achievements in Brotato. All 274 or thereabouts.
It's not every day you get married. It's not every day you get married. And the mayor is doing the marriage. There is no greater place to get married than New York City. And so many people want to come here for that purpose. Everyone from every walk of life comes here to get married. We have people coming in from all over the world as part of their New York City vacation to get married. And we have people who are getting married on their lunch break. Every country in the world is represented here, richest to the least richest.
What you? This guy's in the wrong fucking building. He's trying to meet up in Miami to defeat the ASU frat leader and the Australian second-ranked global Terra Chat or something. You know, he's in the wrong fucking complex.
The least richest, everybody comes here to get married, and that's part of the magic.
Have you been in here before?
I have. I have been in this very room almost exactly a year ago. Rama and I got married right here.
When you arrive here, you go to our information desk or information clerk. We give them a ticket. We ask the couple to sign. People are nervous just filling out their marriage license application. It can be a little nerve-wracking. Thousands of couples I've seen get married.
Any marriage advice?
Any marriage advice? I'm certainly
I like his shirt. The magic of a judge saying, "Yep, you're married." Hey, listen, man. It's like I said. The sincerity is up to you to carve out. You know, for the loving couple, for the people for whom sincerity comes naturally, even the dingiest, lowest rent, quickest possible city clerk wedding can be special. You know, you build. It's not as though wealth and extravagance makes a wedding more special, right? You see like a Jeff Bezos wedding. Oh my God, they brought circus animals. Oh look, 1 million doves released in the air. Is that love? You know, you have to create it yourself.
not one to give marriage advice. Just make sure that you treasure the heart of the person that loves you enough to become your spouse.
We actually met at a party in East Village. A very
Hell
New
yeah.
York story.
It's love at first sight.
Yeah, we met in college. This is our 12th anniversary.
Yeah, so
Oh.
we met in Moscow.
We're not from here originally.
Moved here from Puerto Rico. I love this place. This is like my home now. We got to seal it off here in New York, the city that made it happen.
What made you decide to get married here at the city clerk's office?
What do you think?
Convenient. I feel like it's just iconic. Like, what else could you do in New York? Like, this is the spot to be.
Her little hair bonnet thing is so cute.
No other mayor has actually officiated while serving as mayor.
Am I the first mayor to have been married myself here?
I believe so.
How many
That's
people
crazy.
get married a day?
Usually we do 75 ceremonies a day.
Wow, okay.
2016 was the first year that we beat Vegas.
Take that, Las Vegas. Okay, ready to go? Hello. Hi. Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I have the same tie. Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Congratulations. Hello.
So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much for doing this.
Pleasure to meet you, Emily.
Hello. How are you?
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
Congratulations.
Sylvia.
It's very cute.
We are gathered here today to witness the exchanging of marriage vows of Matthew and Molly, of Minji and Michael, of Ahmed and Zoe, Muhammad and Emily, of Sylvia and Gabriel. Do you, Svetlana, solemnly declare that you take Tomas to be your spouse? That you take Zoe to be your spouse? You take Matthew to be your spouse?
I do.
And keep him for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Yes, I do.
I do.
Inasmuch as you have consented to be united
Cuomo could never. God, could you imagine getting your wedding officiated by fucking Cuomo? Jesus Christ.
in the bonds of matrimony, and you have exchanged your wedding vows before all those present today. Therefore, by the powers vested in me by the laws of the state of New York, I now pronounce you married. I now pronounce you married. You may seal your vows with a kiss.
It is pro rising birth
I
rate
think it's the best of New
propaganda.
York.
Someone said that
You see
earlier, and
all
it's
these
true.
couples, so many different stories, so many different ages, so many different lives, and they're all coming to get married, and it's just beautiful. This might be the happiest government building in New York City.
I think it
maybe
is.
the world.
I'm an incel. This is making me sad. Work on that. Spit that shit, but also work on that shit. Pulling up to your own wedding in a bomber jacket's the new meta. Yeah, who gives a shit? Look, you just have to look fly, you know? You don't have to wear a suit. You just have to look fly. What you should do is try your best, okay? That's what matters. My friend was one of the brides. Aw. It's good. It's cute. Apparently, AI bots can independently write callout/hit pieces now. Yeah, of course. All AI bots, all generative AI LLMs do is use predictive algorithms to generate likely, you know, like the next likely possibility to fit a prompt. There are so many hit pieces online. It probably has like 1 million examples to pull from. Far more than 1 million. Yeah. An AI agent published a hit piece on me. It's got many such cases, okay? It's the world that we live in now, you know? Kindergartners are going to have to show up. They're going to show up to the, the kindergarten paparazzi, lights flashing in their face. Have you heard the allegations? They're going to have to defend themselves against, petabytes of just random AI noise generated against them and everyone else. Just a photon from the sun changes 1 0 to a 1 in one of the fucking data centers, and gigantic corporate hit piece like directed against a third world nation to dethrone an elected leader or whatever ends up getting directed against a kindergartner. It's the world we live in now. You have any opinions on Ryan Getty? I don't know who the fuck that is. Oh, Ryan Getty's the one who did the video on the guy who likes Epstein. Ezra Klein, that's right. Editors know he doesn't like Epstein. He just made some weird comments about Epstein. And also said a lot of other stuff. Yeah. Hey. I fucking hate him. Yeah, me too. What the fuck is this? Chinese AI companies are lapping U.S. Don't send me AI shit. I don't fucking care. Did you see the interview Legal Eagle did with Jamie Raskin? No. Should I have? Yes? Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Raskin's a baller. Yeah, he's all right. You know, speaking of that conversation that he had with Pam Bondi, you know, the one that went so viral, the DOJ is apparently done releasing Epstein files. They're proud of that fact too, you know? They're like bragging about it. After that embarrassing hearing where Pam Bondi legit spent like 5 hours crashing out over from questions from Democrats. Again, it's difficult to overstate how badly this went for her. It went badly for both sides of the aisle. Like, there were a bunch of people on Truth Social asking Trump to get rid of her because of her handling of it. Republican congressmen actually declined their time to question her, you know? Because it's a bipartisan hearing. So when the Republicans should get a chance to ask questions like, Pam Bondi, what do you think makes Trump so great? But they actually passed their time and gave it back over to the Democrats. So it was just wretched, miserable stuff. And then right after that, she went back over to her office and she wrote a letter saying, we're all done releasing Epstein files. A letter sent to members of U.S. Congress on Saturday from Attorney General Pam Bondi and her deputy said all documents held by the DOJ had been released. It contained a list of names appearing in the files. It isn't, of course, but, you know. In accordance with the requirements of the Act as described in various department submissions, the courts of the Southern District of New York, Epstein Maxwell pursuits. Nice. Well, we'll see how that works. There were some GOP who did speak. Yeah. Not all of them passed their time, but like it is definitely noteworthy that there are members of the Republican Party who are not like interested in, like, they're fine with just watching the Dems beat up on her more, you know?
The Department of Justice says they will not release any more documents from the files on the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, sparking backlash from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. The DOJ insists it has released everything required by law earlier this month. ABC's Christian Cordero has more from Washington.
After months of legal challenges, millions of pages released, and zero new arrests, today the
She's violating the law here, no? Yeah, of course, as she has been.
Department of Justice says it has shared everything it needs to on the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. The DOJ sent a letter to Congress amid bipartisan backlash defending its handling of the Epstein files and insisting no records were withheld or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. It argues some names appear in the files in a wide variety of contexts. Several lawmakers have gone to the DOJ to see the unredacted files firsthand, questioning why the department blacked out the names of some powerful men, but made some names and personal information of Epstein survivors public.
Yeah, to be clear, this whole "we're done with the files, we have no more to release" came after Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey had the ability to go back and look at the unredacted files. So everyone knows they're lying. This is literally like Pam Bondi gets roasted in front of Congress. She runs back and she says, okay, we're done. I was particularly charmed by, I guess, the low effort attempt to legitimize this. Here. Always fun. So I've said this before. I think, like, at this point, basically everyone knows this, but all conservative pundits are grifters. None of them believe anything. They all share comms channels on, like, Signal or Telegram or whatever, where they get told what to say and they say it, and that's it. You know, there's no like there's very little editorialization. In this case, Gunther Eagleman and Alex Jones just put out the same tweet in response to Pam Bondi calling off the release of the files. Kaboom, just in, AG Pam Bondi just unleashed the full Epstein files under the Transparency Act. All 3.5 million pages dropped, redactions justified only for victims, high-profile names, etc., etc., etc. But it means that, like, the White House coordinated this, right? So after getting roasted and after letting people see the unredacted files, they retreat, say, we're done releasing them, and then they act as though all these files have been released, as opposed to them just declining to release more. Ultimate humiliation for Alex Jones. What people don't realize, I think, is that this has always been Alex Jones's job. He's never really been like a maverick outside of the system. He only pretended to be back at a time when it was advantageous for the Republican Party to not directly associate with him. The purpose of cranks like him is and always has been to turn, like, schizophrenics and fringe conservatives into an organized block of people who, no matter how much they seem to disagree with the Republican Party, always end up working with them anyway, you know? It literally controlled opposition in that case. Like, Alex Jones, for all of his influence and power, never actually posed any kind of threat or challenge to the Republican Party. He was always, always, always on good terms with them. The people under Alex Jones, the lots and lots of people who followed him, were always reliably Republican, no matter what he said or did, or what he implied, or what he argued with or against. That was the purpose. So now that the Republican Party has caught up to him and gotten as crazy as his rhetoric, he basically doesn't have a purpose. So he just turns into, you know, Gunther Eagleman. Was there always some understanding? I think it's given, like, especially given what we've seen in the Epstein files, I think it's extremely reasonable to assume that all of these people have always been talking with each other from the beginning, you know? Like, it's not like 100 or 200 years ago where, in order for, you know, supposed enemies to contact each other, you had to run through, you know, telephone lines or letters or whatever. I mean, like, it's trivially easy for these people to coordinate their rhetoric and their efforts. Do we know how Jones fans are reacting? Well, I mean, it's not really about Alex Jones, but he's mostly a lolcow, right? Like, people mostly just, like, roast him, but who cares? He's got money and nothing's going to happen to him. It doesn't really matter, you know? Are they just stalling the full release? They've been stalling the full release for months. Now they're saying they've done the full release when we know. Like, the real question is, what is going to happen now with them brazenly just saying, like, well, not only have we not released them in a timely fashion, thus already breaking the law, we're just flat out not releasing anymore. What will Congress do? My guess is absolutely nothing. But considering the fact that the files that have already been released already contain a bunch of really bad stuff, including, like, just very straightforwardly Trump raping and murdering people, like, just, like, really, really, really bad stuff. It makes you wonder what's in the remainder. My personal guess is that most of what the remainder is just rape and child sexual abuse material. That's my guess, right? There's no way the Epstein files don't contain a fuck ton of that stuff. And so far, for the most part, what we've gotten are documents, deposition material, court files, that kind of stuff. And my guess is that they took so long releasing the first, like, bunch, you know, because they were trying to auto censor all these files. But in the remainder, it's like, how do you censor Trump in videos of child sexual abuse material, right? Like, how do you do, like, you could frame by frame or rely on AI, but, like, pretty high stakes stuff to release, right? Considering we know for a fact there's an active cover up. I just like it's my guess is that the stuff that remains is much, much worse. Not like 3 million files of such, but probably like the block contains a lot of stuff like that, you know? Raskin in the Legal Eagle video says there's media of child sexual abuse material that's on the computer that's at the DOJ, but he didn't have the courage to view it the first time. Understandable. I probably would not want to go into the U.S. Department of Justice and type in, like, child sexual abuse material into the computer. I can understand. It's not really like, probably not like the way he envisioned his job playing out when he first ran for office. The DOJ is also monitoring what members of Congress are looking at in the interdict files. Yes, they are. Yeah. So, you know, do what you can, I guess. Congressman walks to the room with the computer, just finds Trump sitting there browsing. It's a good bit. You know he has it on his personal computer. There's rumors of a bunch of FBI agents in the first round of redactions that were really traumatized by the material. That makes sense because they were pulling like everyone from the FBI to work on redacting the material, not just people in the FBI who work on like taking down pedophile rings or whatever, right? So like there's probably some people in the FBI who have some experience doing stuff like that, but probably most of them do not. So yeah, I don't know. It's pretty bad stuff, I imagine, and they're trying not to release it. Didn't the rep of Alaska walk out crying when she saw the files? I don't know. I mean, we don't need like anecdotal evidence to suggest that it's bad. We know that it's bad, right? The question is, what is Congress going to do about the fact that the DOJ is just openly refusing to release any more files? Nancy Mace did. Well, Nancy Mace is a stupid bitch and also an attention whore. So who the fuck knows or cares with her?
Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia on CBS.
This is a massive cover-up being led by the White House and the DOJ.
Even some Republicans are blasting the administration. Representative Nancy Mace writing, this isn't going away until people go to jail.
Donald Trump told
and yet
us that even though, you know, he had dinner with these kinds of people in New York City and West Palm Beach, that he would be transparent. But he's not.
Representative Thomas Massie, also a Republican, has long called for more transparency. And following a combative hearing on Capitol Hill with Attorney General Pam Bondi,
40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Massie over the weekend told ABC's Martha Raddatz he isn't confident the AG will deliver.
She wasn't confident enough to engage in anything but name-calling in a hearing. And so, no, I don't have confidence in her.
So far, just one person associated with Jeffrey Epstein is serving prison time, his female co-conspirator and convicted sex offender, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Until Trump pardons her, at least.
Let's bring in MS Now's Ken Delanian in Washington. Michael Schnell is covering Capitol Hill. And with me here in the studio, Republican strategist and MS Now political analyst.
I still don't get why Trump ran on releasing the files as an issue. Like, is he retarded? He didn't. Go back. Trump basically never talked about it. He never talked about the Epstein files, or at least very, very rarely did he. For the most part, he was just like responding to calls from people around him, you know? Yeah, he's talked about releasing the files on MLK and JFK, but the Epstein stuff, that's been the people around him. I think mostly because they're just trying to attention farm, but I think for a lot of them also, the Epstein files weren't really real. They were just kind of an abstract thing that you could gesture at to get your sloppiest votes in. You know, it never really occurred to them like, oh, yeah, I actually am working with an admin full of pedophiles who raped and murdered children to like, you know, in like a big scene, like, because they're not, I mean, again, they're completely inauthentic. So
Susan Del Percio, welcome to all of you. So, Ken, it is really something to see Kurt Cobain, whose name comes up 4 times, alongside someone like Noam Chomsky, whose name comes up nearly 3,800 times, with no clarification at all as to why they're in these files or in what
right. So, alongside the no, Kurt Cobain is not implicated in the files. Alongside the letter that she sent to Congress that Pam Bondi sent to Congress saying they were done releasing the files. She also just, without any context, said, like, here are all the people implicated, and then just listed a bunch of people. But no information has been provided here. It, like, for all we know, this just means their names were mentioned. Like, for instance, you know who's mentioned in the Epstein files? Norm Finkelstein, right? Lefty scholar and known debater of destiny. I guess that's what everyone talks about now. But all he said was the only thing he's implicated for is in an email he essentially told Epstein that he should, like, kill himself. So the presence of names in the files doesn't mean anything on its own. They're just they're releasing this without context because they have nothing else to do.
Included. Do we have any idea why it was done this way?
Good afternoon, Alex. Well, the Justice Department points out that the term politically exposed person is not really defined in the statute, and they suggest that they did this as best they could. They were following the law. But of course, another way to look at this is they're hiding the ball here. They're doing what commercial litigants do all the time. They dump people they dump information on their opponents and say, you guys sort it out. So we are left not knowing the meaning of some of these names, why they're included. They didn't have to do that. They could have been more specific. They chose not to. At the same time, from their perspective, they're sitting there and saying, look, the Biden administration didn't release any of these files. We've released a ton of Epstein files, not satisfying everybody, but they believe they've made a good faith effort. And I do have to give them credit. I mean, there's some very graphic allegations about Donald Trump in these files that saw the light of day. Some of our sources were worried that those files would not be released. In fact, they were. We don't know still what's been withheld. They're citing things like deliberative process privilege and attorney work product privilege that Congress really doesn't recognize and would argue that they should not be withheld under the law. But nonetheless, the Justice Department is arguing that they have been fully transparent here and they're doing the best they can under some very difficult.
Chomsky is kind of implicated. Chomsky is super, super implicated. There are photos of him, like, palling around with Epstein and Bannon. That's pretty tough to get around. I have no idea what the reason they would just release a list of names like you guys forget who the criminals are to obfuscate. That's it. Literally, that's it. The whole point, like the conversation that you guys are having right now in chat is the reason why they did it. Oh God, Jeffrey Epstein's in the files alongside Margaret Thatcher and Kurt Cobain. Obama's in the files. I mean, he never met with Epstein, but he's mentioned there a bunch because a lot of the people there are right wing and hate Obama. It's just to waste time. They just tossing shit out, you know. Not really much of a cohesive strategy.
Circumstances, Alex.
I don't know, man. Marilyn Monroe, she died in 1962. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was 9 years old. Really? That one too is really quite extraordinary, that one. But let's get to you, Susan, because Nancy Mace, she is certainly joining some Democrats, and she's calling this a cover-up. Is that what you see?
It's certain they're trying to cover up something now. What I keep hearing in my head is what Marjorie Taylor Greene said when she spoke to Donald Trump, is that it will hurt a lot of people who I know. That's what the president had told her. And that's what I think this is all about, to Ken's point, is dump as much as you can in there, try and dissect it. We talked about 6 million files. There's now 3 million that have been released. There's 3 more million to go. I think they want it to be such a big mess that it's hard for people to track down. And frankly, I don't think they thought people like...
Yeah, there's Barack Obama. Oh, well, there was Barack Obama.
Reporters and members of the House of Representatives would be so quick to get through it all. I think that was in part of the surprise, is that, wow, they were able to go through these records pretty quickly and get some information. The other side of this, which I think lawmakers and others are very acutely aware of, is there's a lot of things like the 302s, the files that the victims gave to the FBI, and those are not public. And these victims know who they file those reports against.
They sure do.
And they sure do. And they've been very, very restrained, much more credit to them. I mean, it's unbelievable. And lawmakers had said, I will not release.
Thoughts in the media focusing on the Nancy Guthrie disappearance instead of any of this? I'll be honest, I haven't followed that shit at all. It's just a random, like true crime mystery thing. Like, I don't really understand what there is to dig into there. It seems kind of like they're trying to, I don't know. It does feel kind of like a distraction. I don't understand how anyone can get like, if you get upset over the disappearance of a woman, you'll never guess who systematically disappeared thousands of young girls from post-Soviet collapse Russia and Ukraine. I don't know. I like, the media doesn't like to focus on issues if they're Trump's. Like, the media will run with 50 million articles on inflation when it's under Biden because they know that right-wing rage kind of like gestates and grows over time. But when it's, you know, when they're up against Trump, things get a mention and then that's that for the most part, you know? No one talks about grocery prices anymore. Nobody talks about tariffs. It's just one scandal to another.
Those names, but the victims, when they see enough is enough and they're done, beware, because those names are coming out.
So, Michael, what else are we hearing from lawmakers on this?
Yeah, look, Alex, they're not satisfied. And this report to Congress about the redactions was something that a lot of lawmakers were looking forward to and pointing to over recent months and conversations I had with them whenever we spoke about when the Epstein files would be released and what had been out there. The biggest question they had was, were things properly redacted, particularly when they started going through the files that were released and then going behind closed doors at the DOJ to see the unredacted files.
And it's stuff like this, like, it's not a question. We know things were not properly redacted. Like, again, it's the waste of time on this. And this is the filter through which most people get this. They always say, you know, people have raised questions. Congress is not happy. They've said that these files were improperly redacted. No. They haven't said it. It's just true. It's factually true that they didn't. We know for a fact that they have got, with overwhelming evidence from top to bottom, that they have attempted to remove Trump's name from this as much as possible. We have literally seen them release unredacted photos of Trump palling around with trafficked women and then immediately, like, remove those files as quickly as possible when the DOJ realizes their mistake. No explanation given, just very, very, very clear cut. We know for a fact they've censored Trump's name. They should never censor Trump's name. Trump is the victim in the files. That's the only context in which you're allowed to censor these people's names, yet his name is censored so many times. But always the media, they talk about it like it's an open discussion, you know? They never get over it. They never get over it. Even here on MS Now, left-wing media, and still, and again, to anyone who's not American, you're watching this, there is no legal consequence. They can just say Trump's a pedophile. There's no, it's not Britain. It's not whatever, I don't know what country you live in, okay? In America, very, 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 very permissive standards of free speech when speaking on the character of public figures, which, you know, the president is a public figure. Yeah, the fact that it's factually true and defensible in court definitely helps, but even if it wasn't, and even if it wasn't, they could still say it.
We're raising some concerns about victims' names not being redacted and then some powerful, well-connected folks, their names being redacted. So this list is only raising more questions for them about how those redactions were carried out, but also this list of those politically connected persons, as they're being called, raising questions as to why that had to be released, some of the names that are on there. And it's important to note that this criticism is coming from both sides of the aisle. I'll show you first what Ro Khanna said. He's the Democrat from California. He was the Democratic co-sponsor of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. He wrote an X right there, purposefully muddying the waters on who was a predator and who was mentioned in an email. To have Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17, in the same list as Larry Nassar, who went to prison for sexual abuse of hundreds of young women and child pornography, with no clarification of how either was mentioned in the files, is absurd. I also want to read to you what Nancy Mace said. She's a Republican from South Carolina. Important to note, she was one of those 4 Republicans who voted, who signed the discharge petition, which set this entire process in motion despite intense pressure from the White House. She wrote an X quote, "Despite the memo released by DOJ last night, not all the Epstein files have been released, and the excuses provided for not releasing all the files will not hold up in a court of law. This isn't going away until people go to jail."
And yet, will there be a court of law? I mean, will there be any legal consequences? I don't know. Honestly, it kind of feels like the Democrats could sweep in the midterms, then the presidential, and there still wouldn't be. Not a single person would go to jail.
So again, Alex, the concerns here are sort of in three buckets. It's A, how the redactions were completed, victims' names being out there, names of powerful, well-connected being hidden. B, it's the fact that the entire tranche of documents haven't actually been released. We've heard about $3.5 million from the DOJ, and they had said that they had around $6 million in their hands. And then C, this new concern that's now coming to air, it's this list of people that's muddying the waters for a lot of lawmakers.
Yeah, for sure. So, Susan, we heard Thomas Massie call this the Epstein administration. If you're a Republican and you were running in November, how much do you worry about that moniker sticking with you?
Oh, I'd end myself, yeah. If I was a Republican running this November in this political environment, I'd run for the hills. I would you know, renounce my U.S. citizenship and go live in, you know, Botswana or something.
And how can you go about pushing back without enraging this administration to potentially your peril?
Right. I think what you're going to see Republicans do is say they're fighting for the victims. They're going to stay away from Donald Trump as much as they can on this issue, and those in his administration who have been found not guilty of any crime, but associated with Epstein. So and that's what Democrats will try and put on Republicans. So it will be a tricky walk for Republicans, no doubt. But I think you're going to see more and more Republicans actually demand for more clarity of the Epstein files.
You know, you mentioned the Epstein survivor.
That's probably true, but you're not going to see Republicans calling for the arrest of Trump or anyone else involved there. Republicans are willing to, again, it's the good czar, bad boyar thing. They're willing to go after Pam Bondi, a weak link, and pretend that all this is mishandling by the DOJ, but they're not willing to go after Trump.
Let's play a little bit, those 302s particularly, of what we heard from some Epstein survivors over the weekend. And they were issuing a plea to the public. Please don't let this go. Take a listen.
It should be very personal to every single person. And again, it's hard not to connect it to the fact that it should be so personal because it affects every single person, whether it's a high profile case or it's in a local community.
We're victims.
Does this change if he dies? If Trump dies? Nah. Trump is going to be the king beyond the veil for decades. The Republican Party doesn't have anyone who can usurp his energy, so they're going to have to treat him like a deity, you know. Even if they do stuff that he would hate, they still have to pretend that he's like guiding them from beyond. Yeah, they're gonna treat him like they treated Reagan.
The crime of sex trafficking, and I don't think that anyone in our country, if this was happening in their community, could stand by and watch it. And so for us to see our Department of Justice just so willingly and willfully denying citizens of this country justice, it just, you know, it makes my brain explode.
Does this go away just because Pam Bondi says it's over?
Absolutely not. And Alex, I'm on your show on many Sundays, and I know how much you keep a spotlight on it. And I think that you and others have done such a service to these victims and frankly to the country, because we shouldn't forget about it. You know, the president had said it's time to move on. No, it's not. These women have not received justice, not by a long shot. And I also fear that by not...
I hate the defensive rhetoric that people in the media engage in. Like, okay, I'm going to be really, really cynical, and you're going to have to forgive me for a moment. I want those women to get justice, but this is about the entire Western world being controlled by an elite cabal of evil pedophiles. Like, these aren't regular criminals. The whole, like, we need to get justice for the victims thing would probably be the best rhetoric to employ if these people were, like, regular, ordinary people. They literally rule the world. Like, this goes so far beyond... Like, we're not talking about, like, the... getting justice for a couple of people here. We're talking about the billions of humans live in a system that is controlled by these people. You know, it's a much larger state. This is it goes beyond that. But I think a lot of these the media figures, they don't say that because they're aware of the fact that if they start talking about this with the severity that it deserves, they're worried about like people getting out of hand. You know, there's already been a lot of hemming and hawing in the media. And Republicans have made this accusation that correctly and accurately reporting on stuff that Trump has done is tantamount to stochastic terrorism because you're encouraging people to go after him, right? You know, when you say we're fascists, what you're saying is you're allowed to hurt us or shit like that. Whereas if you point out, like, yeah, the basically all Western capital and political systems are controlled by a unified cabal of pedophiles, that does get people acting a little silly. Typically, that kind of stuff, I mean, that's the sort of stuff you hear from, like, Alex Jones or whatever, except, of course, when it ended up really happening, he disappeared. Yeah, I don't know. I just, you know what I mean? Does it not feel like a little bit of a rhetorical mismatch? Because again, like when I talk about the urgency of prosecuting people who are implicated in the Epstein files, I am not talking about this for the sake of like the justice for Epstein's victims. Like that's obviously a part of it, but there's a much larger like set of consequences associated with this. It also reflects poorly on them when they inevitably stop talking about it. I just want people to be honest, okay?
Getting the justice, not at least having the transparency. We are really doing a lot of harm to our country and the Department of Justice as a whole, because who can trust
What
it?
are the larger consequences? I don't know. Like the fact that the administration is like 50% made up of Epsteinites. It's like pretty bad. Kind of suggests that to a large extent all power stemming from the Western world, it's like it kind of originates from a few core points of capital control where all the world's wealthy men get together and make decisions about the direction that their countries are going to go in. Like Epstein had very close ties to a lot of people, man. A lot of cultural figures, financial, academic, and they're all getting along. They're all friends. I mean, what does it say about the fact that like the degree of cultural co-opting is so significant that even figures like Chomsky are friends with them? Like Steve Bannon is one of the ideological architects of the MAGA movement. None of this shit is a coincidence. You know, we've talked about how 4chan and the right-wing culture war was almost certainly, like, if not directly prompted by Epstein, like Epstein had an involvement in the extent to which it propagated and the reasons why it propagated, and it worked out perfectly, right? We know that Epstein wanted what essentially became the MAGA movement, and there's like a direct synchronicity between the MAGA movement and pedophilia apologia, right? Like it's pretty much one-to-one. It all worked. The op worked completely. The whole thing is constructed. If a small group of people are capable of controlling the destiny of so many countries, so many people like that, what's the point of democracy, right? Like genuinely, what's the point? We've talked in the abstract capital influence, but sincerely, like what is the point of democracy if there is actually a small cabal of economic and cultural elites who are basically calling the shots and everything? What are you supposed to do with that? Do you believe in multiple islands? Yeah, there are probably more than one, like on Earth.
If they just look at it as, oh, when it's a Republican administration, they will cover up and do what they can. And frankly, the previous Democrat administration didn't do much for transparency. So I think that, again, these women what's so remarkable is that they won't back down, that they keep going. And I don't know how they do it. They are fierce. And it is the job that they do and how painful it must be every day to get up and have to deal with it personally and then talk about it with the media. Give them a lot of credit.
Right now, there is strength in numbers, though, for them. That's for sure, given there are at least 1,000 of them, we believe. I know.
Plus, God only knows how many they killed, right? Yeesh. So we're not getting universal health care? We are not getting universal health care for the same reason that they won't prosecute the people in the Epstein files. All of these things are connected. Again, the big curse of being a lefty is that you're always too right too early, you know? That's true, Masaigu. But those racists are politically organized because of people like Epstein, you know? Muted Pitbot. Oh, the chat's revolting. My God. Also, aren't Chinese billionaires the only ones who aren't in those fucking files? Yeah, actually, I think that to a large extent, it's very, very interesting. The West's manufactured contempt towards China, which, again, I need to remind you guys, did not exist before the end of the Cold War, overlaps pretty conveniently with the fact that Chinese economic power isn't really present in the Epstein files, which makes me think that one of the main reasons that we decided we hated Chinese capital was because we didn't control it. I bet you if we had a bunch of Chinese billionaires in the files, we would not have the same kind of openly antagonistic relationship with China, you know? That's because China has their own Epstein thing. Oh, I'm sure. There are Epsteins everywhere with the eyes to see. I'm not suggesting they don't have their own Epstein. I'm just saying they didn't share our Epstein, you know? That's all. Who is we? The EU and Canada are doing trade deals. The anti-China stuff's mostly US. Yeah, within the past year, the EU and Canada have been very complicit in this like big Western economic bloc directed against China over the past 25 years. That's like recently they've been shifting because of us. Yeah, but historically, no, they've been complicit in that for sure. Again, totally arbitrary. You know, I know a lot of you don't remember, and I barely do, right? But up until like the 1990s, China was not viewed as like a big political economic enemy superpower or whatever the fuck we've designated them now. You know, that's completely, that was just not the narrative. You know, they were our ally. We worked with them, often towards shared evil, you know, Khmer Rouge bullshit. But we traded with them extensively. You know, we were essentially allied against the Soviet Union, or at the very least, like there was a wedge there. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, it looked like it was the beginning of an era of prosperity between us and China and the, you know, Russian Federation. And then we decided we needed an international enemy. We needed some big foreign threat to juxtapose our behavior against. And now, you know, we are where we are. Well done. My beautiful partner just beat Carmelita first try on their re-playthrough of Silk Song. Now that's, in my opinion, that's pretty dang good. It's literally a joke in Back to the Future. China, all the best stuff is made there. Well, that's true now. China does have the most advanced tooling facilities in the world. Very high quality stuff is made in China now. From electronics to furniture to clothing. A lot of really good stuff. And a lot of bad stuff. It's a big country. But yeah, a lot of good stuff there. It was Japan, not China? What was Japan, not China? The Back to the Future joke? Was that in Japan, not China? Okay, I haven't watched in a while. Reference was Japan. They were obsessed with Japan in the 80s. It was a different time. I don't know. The best tooling in the world's actually in Europe, not China, but it's all smaller scale. I have not heard that. But whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't need to engage in like adjacent nationalism, you know? Japanese do make good stuff. Produce a lot of whimsy there, you know? If anything, it seems like now the oh haha shitty manufacturing joke is the US. Oh yeah, no, American manufacturing is pretty bad. Our people aren't trained for it, and we don't have good tooling. It's genuinely not that good. It's expensive and not very efficient, you know? We've forgotten how? Yes. we got to stop thing Japanning G's. Dog, we're talking about manufacturing. It's okay to thing Japan. They do have good manufacturing. That's true. That's a fair assessment, you know? Thing not USA. Yeah. How gay is Japan on a scale of 1 to 10? My understanding is that gay marriage probably won't be legal in Japan for another century because their government is conservative and also it's a uniparty. But also people there are pretty chill about gay and like trans people relative to how the country is like politically. Like for the most part, people don't get bothered, you know? Like we're in America, gay marriage is legal, but there are parts of America where you'll get like hate crimed. So I don't know. I think it varies. It's, you know, different attitude. Go to Mexico. Yeah, it seems about right. TC Nut. Okay. People are pushing. You know who we haven't seen in a little while? Enton. See if we can't avoid any Kalshi references here, you know? Just get some political analysis, maybe some polling. It looks like this is polling to me. AP Nork, NBC, QPAC, and Yahoo. I don't see Kalshi up there. They still paying you for this?
Let's take a look at another president, though. President Donald John Trump. Look at this. I got 4 numbers across for you on this screen here. They are all second-term lows for the given pollster. What are we talking about? AP Nork, 26 points below water. NBC, 22 points below water. Yahoo, YouGov, 20 points below water. Quinnipiac, 19 points below water. So we're ranging from negative 19 points all the way to negative 26 points. You know, Kate, there's this question that folks keep asking, you know, where is the floor for Donald Trump? And I'm not sure there is a floor because if there is one, Donald Trump, at least in term number 2, has just fallen through it to another low level.
How does this compare with his first term and how does this compare with Joe Biden?
Okay, so we look at these numbers right here. One of the things that Donald Trump had been arguing, his proponents have been arguing, oh, you know what, he's doing better than he was doing in term number 1. No longer is...
Speaking of the polls, the Dems are ahead with white voters according to this. Yes, I have heard the same thing. It's not just this Qantas poll. I've seen this from others. I don't know if I saw this from YouGov, but like very marginally, even the Caucasoids are catching on to the shift. Dude, I saw one for young white males, and it was legitimately like a 40-point swing in favor. You know? Really bad for them. No. The right now evidence strongly leans towards the midterms being a slaughter. I don't know if that's going to be enough to fix things, but yeah, I mean that plus what's going on in Virginia, California, it's going to be nasty. It's a step.
That the case? What are we talking about here? Okay, net approval rating at this point in the term. Look at this. 22 points below water on average when you average all the pollsters from the last slide. That is actually lower. That is lower than he was at this point in term number 1 when he was 17 points below water. So he's doing 5 points worse, and he's doing way worse than Joe Biden was doing at this point in his term number 1.
Do you think now is a good time to go on dates, a trans woman? What the fuck are you talking about? You only have one life. What do you mean? You waiting for the world to offer you a proposal? You have to live your life. What are you talking about? Go piss, girl.
When he was 13 points below water. So the bottom line is this. Donald Trump is setting new records for himself in term number 2, setting new records for himself compared to where he was at this point in term number 1. And he's...
The floor dropping for Trump is huge, though, because we have long considered, and it's true, right? It's not an unfair consideration. The MAGA bloc is like a herd of unthinking animals, barely sapient, illiterate, cognitive mush, you know? the more like those people disapproving of Trump, it's like shaving off of his body. It's not like with the Democrats, where theoretically you can do something bad and they like you less, and then you can do something good and they like you more. Disillusionment in Trump from his own base is this larger like cult dynamic, like this cult deprogramming thing. You know what I mean? It's much more significant, and it represents like a much greater degree of like perceived betrayal. I think these people are supposed to be ride or die, and for the most part they are. But, you know.
Doing worse than Joe Biden, which is, of course, the comparison that Donald Trump does not want to be, because we all know what happened to Joe Biden. His party lost the House in term number one, that in midterm elections. And, of course, Joe Biden was not reelected to another term. At this point, the numbers are no bueno for the President of the United States.
What's driving this that you're seeing right now?
Okay, Kate. You know what? This is the segment. We have done it over and over and over again because he keeps setting new lows for himself. What do we?
It's true. They have been putting out a new fucking Entin video on CNN like every day for several months now. It is insane the regularity with which they did not used to put him out there that much. I don't know. It's not going to give them like sequential. Yeah, no, it doesn't give them sequentially on YouTube, but it has been like multiple every week, you know? Every time it's new lows for Trump. Trump's net approval worse than Joe Biden. Political disaster. Entin breaks down ICE DHS on popularity. Proud to be an American. Entin runs the numbers. Latinos have turned against Trump in massive numbers. Trump's losing the political fight. Jeremy Powell. Entin on Trump's economy. Immigration polling. Quote, failure. A very bad omen for on and on and on constantly. I mean, fuck CNN, but I'm glad if nothing else they're reveling in like, yeah, the Trump bad messaging. I mean, hey, listen, I do it too. I'm not gonna hate.
Talking about? Well, we're talking about independence. We're talking about independence. When you lose the center of the electorate, you lose the American people. Trump's net approval rating among independents, you know, at this point, you go back term number one, he was 17 points below water. Now, according to Quinnipiac, he is 27 points below water. I don't understand how this works out well for the President of the United States. When you are 27 points below water, underwater, with the center of the electorate...
Especially because independents in America typically are right of center. Like, in order to be independent in an era where Trump represents the Republican Party, you are not, like, truly center. You're like a disaffected Republican in a lot of cases. Being realistic here, you know? I'm not saying everyone has to pitch up with the Democrats or whatever, but, like, just typically that's how this goes.
Independence, you lose, your party loses. You know, I've made the comparisons before, you know, oh, he's more underwater than Greg Louganis. I've made the comparisons with all those different divers. And the bottom line is this, you can continue to make those.
Do you like Entin? Yeah, but I'm not happy about the fact that he partnered with Kalshi. So now a lot of the segments that he does, that's why I clicked on this one. I didn't see Kalshi mentioned on the front. He'll be like, well, here's what people are betting, you know? Fuck that. I'm not, like, I don't know how much Kalshi paid him or paid CNN for the collaboration, but I hate that shit.
Over time, when you keep making those same comparisons, they run a little bit old. But at this point, I don't really know who to even compare Donald Trump to, because he's just so low, and he's so low with the center of the electorate.
261 days to go. Yes, the midterms may seem far off, but they are starting to dominate the dynamics here in Washington.
I love living in America. I love living in a country that never isn't engaged in a political cycle. I mean, it's good for business. It's good for business, I guess, on my end. But, like, sheesh. A Republican pollster has Trump down 45 points with 18 to 44-year-olds. I guess the meme magic didn't hold this time, lads. Jesus Christ, 72 to 27. Holy shit. That's fucking wild. You love to see it.
And are fresh on President Trump's mind. As the GOP now confronts a daunting political environment, Trump is taking his pitch to the nation's battlegrounds, even before U.S. troops in North Carolina, where he urged them to vote Republican.
Biden, what really matters is MAGA polling that's still in the plus 80s. Yeah, the problem with that, though, is that by definition, once you disapprove of Trump, you're no longer MAGA. So I feel like as soon as a person stops riding the Trump train, they're no longer going to self-ID as MAGA for the polling. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to know what the approval looks like there. It's really difficult to assess approval in a cult because everyone's scared to talk, and as soon as they do talk, they get ousted. So
He's the worst president in the history of our country. 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States, and that's done by the radical left. Michael, will you come here for a second, please? He's running for the Senate. And if he gets in, you're going to be taken care of. If he doesn't get in, we're going to be stripping the military like they always do, the Democrats. When I heard they were taking the name Fort Bragg off, I said, no. They're kidding. They're not going to do. They did. They took the name off. We got it back very quickly. But they took it off. And if we don't win the midterms, they'll take it off again. It's another reason you have to vote for us, because they'll change it back to whatever it might be.
And this weekend, Trump also renewed his calls to place new restrictions on voting, as he started to see some fraying within his coalition.
have the Dems ever cut the Pentagon like ever? Were there ever any Pentagon budget cuts during the Clinton year? There might have been when Clinton was dragging down the debt. Hold on one second. Pentagon funding each year chart. By the way, I looked back to see what popped up when I hit, open new tab TW to open Twitter. I saw fucking, it's politics links. The one at the bottom, goddamn Buck Mason article. Consistent theming. I could have planted that, I still got it up. That was the two-tone Heather Oat welterweight double V sweatshirt. Which, I mean, yeah, it's true. It's a good item. Pentagon budget year over year. No, it looks like it spikes sometimes and comes down afterwards, yeah. But the overall trend has been positive, of course.
All while possible 2028 contenders, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, flocked to Europe this weekend, where they're getting some attention. Let's break this all down with my excellent panel. Tia Mitchell from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, CNN's Phil Mattingly, and Julie Davis from the New York Times. Good morning to you all. So look, Trump is, of course, as he does, demand total unity.
I don't think there's ever been a vote that has taken funding from the Pentagon. No, it's more like there have been spikes of funding during wartime that aren't necessarily covered by the Pentagon's regular budget. Like there's additional allocations in spending. I don't know. Listen, okay? The Pentagon has never successfully completed an audit. I don't think anyone can accurately say exactly how much they've spent or where or why.
As we head into this very daunting stretch for the GOP, his party wants them to focus on issue number one, the economy. And we've seen time and time again Trump trip on his own message or create distract.
Defense spending as a share of GDP peaked in 2010. Yeah, but but GDP is so fake, so it's really hard to say. Like, this makes it seem like we're spending less and less in the military, but the reason the GDP is going up so much is in large part because of like fucking the economic policies that we engage in inflate GDP, but like there's less real money going around, AI, well, it goes beyond that, the AI bubble. But yeah, this chart cuts out before the AI bubble even kicks in, GDP is so fake. It is very much a bell curve position where stupid people say the GDP is fake, the dollar's fake, money's fake, debt's fake. And then when you're educated, you're like, no, these are real things. And then on the far side, when you're very educated, which I'm not suggesting that I am very educated on these topics. I'm only saying that I do believe this kind of skews off on the other side of things. You then go back to saying like, well, these things are all fake and bullshit and gay. You start Fuentes posting about the economy. In the sense that it's fake and gay, I'm not going to say what the race of the economy was.
And do things that are causing significant pushback within the ranks. Just this past week, we saw the Justice Department try and fail to indict 6 House Democrats and a lot of Republicans.
It was a neoliberal economy.
How he's handled these ICE surges, particularly in Minneapolis in recent weeks, has caused pushback among Republicans, nervous about going too far. Of course, that racist video of the Obamas that he later was forced to delete, though did not admit a mistake. Phil, how is this playing as we head into the midterms with his party?
Not great. I think.
No.
And Monty, honestly,
No,
like
not
I
great.
watch you work the halls every single week, and it's always a really good barometer of when do we hit self-preservation mode for members of Congress. And I think that as powerful as Trump's grip on the party has been, and I think we should all be very.
We're already seeing it. There have been like increasingly so more and more members of Congress, Republican members of Congress, who have not been like hardline ideologues for Trump, you know?
Very careful to pronounce some grand break or
Didn't Trump go on a tirade on Truth Social recently about that? Oh, that one fucking retard. Not a congressman, just a retard. The guy with the TV show, the fake liberal. Come on. Bill Maher. Yeah. Dude, if your tent is closing so much that you're going to start alienating pieces of shit like Bill Maher, holy shit, man. You are like the sword of Damocles is hanging low over you. Not to say that Bill Maher has ever been like a hardline MAGA guy or anything, but he was one of the big cultural figures, kind of like acting as a pipeline from, you know, disaffected centrist liberal over to conservative, or at least reactionary.
Diminishment of.
He's like a Clintonite. Nah. Bill Maher's way worse than a Clintonite. He's a piece of shit, right wing on basically every issue. You know, he's basically like the last holdover from that obsession in the 2010s of like fake libertarian. I believe in freedom of speech, which is why I'm going to freely speak some bullshit. You know, fucking hate that guy.
Of his authority over the Republican Party and over
Brian
his
Griffin?
members,
Yeah, a little
which
bit.
has been so kind of ironclad over the course of the last 13 months. But the moment where Republican lawmakers, particularly frontline Republican lawmakers, start looking around and say, if I need to actually win in November, I need to start creating some distance. Not dramatic scale of distance that we've seen perhaps in past administrations, but I think what we've seen over the course of the last couple of weeks, but in particular this week as well, is some of those members saying there are opportunities for me to break. The repercussions of that from Trump's Truth Social posts are not in the kind of cost-benefit analysis, bad enough for me to not want to risk this, and therefore I'm going to move forward. Is it a grand kind of fracturing of the party? Absolutely not.
And typically in a normal, what's normal anymore, but like in a previous administration, the president would be like, okay, break with
every other president says, like, I get it. Like, this is what you have to do. Trump is not that president, and how that dynamic plays out in the coming weeks, we're going to see more of this, is going to be really, really telling.
Yeah. Right, and I think
Is Maher implicated in the Epstein files? No, I don't think so, because if he was, I would have heard of it. That's crazy. Doesn't he seem like he would be? Doesn't he? He does seem like he would be. Like, he's got the vibe 100%.
Why it's been as limited as it's been, right? We saw that tariff vote last week. You had 6 Republicans. That's not anywhere close to the universe of Republicans that if they wanted to, you know, protect
Not really, he doesn't like kids. Yeah, but there are people affiliated with Epstein who don't want to fuck kids. That's not the only reason people hung out with Epstein. That was just like a prominent one, you know?
political flank and guarantee success in their races would have wanted to vote yes on that to cancel the Canada tariffs.
There'd probably be a lot more.
There are a lot. There are a couple in there who are retiring.
Yeah.
There's one in there who's redistricted into a bad position anyway. So this is not as dramatic of a shift as we normally see at this point in the cycle, where you have a party that realizes they need to get some distance from the sitting president. But
as Masaigo's pointed out, we're probably going to start to see the departure after the primaries are done. After all of the Republicans have duked it out with each other over who's the bestest Republican, and it's up like between them and the Democrats in every blue district across the country, all of a sudden we're gonna see a lot of hemming and hawing. And man, I really hope that goes crazy, because again, Trump is very insulated from what's going on outside. He only hears what people tell him. So how do you think it's going to go if a bunch of people in Congress, a bunch of people running, Republicans, all of a sudden are like, Trump? I don't fucking know that guy. ICE? Yeah, man, abolish ICE. Vote for me, the Republican candidate in one of the new Virginia districts or something. Like so many of them are going to, at least it seems the case, are going to have to, because they want to have a job after Trump falls apart. Trump is on so many levels out the door. Lame duck president, physically decaying, like we all see it. Everyone sees it. Every day it gets worse. I know we've all been hoping he would drop dead years ago. I know it never happens as quickly as you want it to, but like he is decaying physically. There's no denying it. He mentally, he can barely hold himself together. So yeah, the extent to which a lot of these, because some of these Republican congressmen, you know, they're in their 40s, 50s. They want to be around in their 70s, 80s even. They don't want to hitch their wagon to Trump forever. They might get ousted right now. They might lose to a Democrat. They don't want that shit. I feel like there's still like 25% of the country that wouldn't vote for a Republican if they disavowed Trump. For sure, 100%. But there are marginal cases. And there are districts where the only hope a Republican would have would be to distance themselves from Trump. You know? Like very purple districts, or even, given the way things are going right now, light red ones. Like in light red districts, there are enough people who are willing to vote for any Democrat to overturn the Republican majority, not even a majority anymore, in Congress, that even in like Republican plus 15 or plus 20 districts, there's still going to be a lot of pressure. Florida's going to be purple. I genuinely, the way the special elections are playing out right now, it does feel like we're going to see like nearly a Blexus situation, or like a significant number of blue turnovers in Florida. I mean, it could potentially be like apocalyptic for them. We'll see if they do anything with that. Again, the real question, of course, is not the House. Listen, I'm just going to call this for you now. The House is Democrat. The House is going Democrat. There is no fucking way the House does not go Democrat. It might go very Democrat. The question is, can we get the 50-50 in the Senate? Probably, you know, hopefully, but can we get enough to overcome Fetterman, right? Can we get a 51, right? Can we get a, well, yeah, we need a 51, of course, because J.D. Vance settles ties, but can we get enough? Oh, can we get over J.D. Vance? Can we get over Fetterman, you know? Can we get 52? Can we get 53? I would want 54. 54 to me sounds like a solid, but that's really tough. 53, 54, that's really tough. Really, really, really tough, you know? I hate the Senate. You should. It should be abolished. 2026 Senate map. Unfortunately, it's just not a good year for the Senate. It's just not. It's mostly Republicans who are up for it again. But okay, if we assume that the 4 swings go to Democrats, that's still 49-51. You have such a dysfunctional political system. I'm aware. Thank you. Yeah, if we would need Yeah. Sorry, I want it to be light blue for no, I keep over clicking. Yeah, I want it to be light blue. It feels better that way. I keep over clicking. I keep thinking there's one more blue. Even here we would need more. More than we're getting. What do you think? I mean, between Ohio and Alaska, what do you think the odds are? Give another blue in Texas for Tallarico. We don't know that. We don't know that. Would Tallarico, for one, we don't even know Tallarico is going to beat Crockett. Crockett has no chance at winning the general. Tallarico might. In Ohio, the GOP candidate's doing terribly. Sherrod Brown is killing them, the GOP guys in the Epstein files. Republicans love pedophilia. I don't know. Maybe we get this. Maybe we get this. Maybe we get this. Alaska probably blue. Maybe. Vivek is killing the Republicans in Ohio as well. Yeah, we can only hope. I don't know about Alaska. I feel like Texas has a better... if Tallarico wins, I think Texas has a better shot than Alaska, but even then it's marginal. And we're still hoping for every swing state. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And keep in mind, right? Even then, you know, you've got Fetterman. Yes, if Tallarico goes up against Paxton, I put it on Tallarico. Marginally, because it's still Texas, but still, yeah. Blue Kentucky? Oh, yeah, I'm sure. For sure, yeah, 100%. It's just a bad Senate year for us, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, Jesus, look at all the just look at the area of the country that's getting... New England, a couple, sure, but you know, you're getting the entire southern Midwest strip right here. It's just a bad, you know, it's just a bad Senate cycle. Senate's just a stupid ass idea. Yeah. Or the most likely method of the GOP used to try to steal the midterm election? I don't think they can. I just like, it's arrogant of me to say maybe. I don't want to get like cucked later on. I don't want to jinx it. I don't think they can. Look, the midterms are going to be a slaughter in the House no matter what. I think we would be lucky even to get a 50-50 in the Senate. So let's just, I don't know. Let's see what we see. Okay? The House is looking very, very, very good. We need to be optimistic about that. Nebraska will probably be Dan Osborne. Well, that would be nice. Here's the House model from Axios. Hold on. Does this factor in the Virginia? The lobster shift? No, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, current map with redistricting. And if you assume like so right now, based on the special elections that we've been seeing, a Democrat plus 15 shift is really not that impossible. Like, as crazy as that sounds, it's a lot. The shift is going to be a lot. But even if we shift it to plus 10, that's up 33 seats in the House. I mean, if we took it all the way over, ridiculous, like a plus 100 margin. We'll see. What are your thoughts on the direct election of senators versus state legislators? I just don't think senators should be a thing. I think it's insane and reaction. I think it's fucking retarded that California and New York both contribute 4 senators while producing all of the economy, culture, people, worth, value, and love in the country. But meanwhile, like a coalition of like 20 inbred states that combined have less population than California and New York get to overwhelm them in the Senate. I think it's absolutely insane. Psychotic. In every single other Western country, the upper legislature can only delay bills, not block like the USA. We do just have a fucking idiotic system, and it's a holdover from the Federalist initial intentions of the United States, where states would operate like more or less independent economic blocs, opposed to today, where we operate cohesively like a well-functioning union of states. The founding fathers could never have imagined the degree of collaboration between states that's possible today, and modern economies basically demand that level of collaboration. So there's no way to do anything about it. Yeah, anyway. Yes. So why not the House as well? Because the House is proportionally representative. The House not perfectly, but like the House represents more or less a proportional number of people, you know? I would be in favor of making the House larger to like have every House member represent approximately 500,000 or whatever, but you know, I'm fine with uncapping it or raising the cap, but the Senate is just stupid. The Senate just should not be a thing. Why is Kentucky like that? Nobody knows why Kentucky is like that. They should split California into 2 states for more Senate votes. It's insane. You could split California into 80 states, and each of them would have more population than Montana. You could get 160 senators out of the partitioned California. Like it's so stupid. Not true. Actually, Montana's 1 point. Oh wait, which is the state that has less? I thought Montana was less. Lowest pop state. Wyoming? Okay, Wyoming is a 500,000. So you could split California into 80, then okay, I was thinking Wyoming. Wyoming, Montana, they touch tips. What do you want? Why is Wyoming allowed to be a state? You're right, it should be annexed by Colorado. Force them to be a blue state. The midterms are going to be a slaughter. All caps. It's true. It's true. It's very true. Very, very true. Okay, what do we have here? Oh yeah, did you guys see this? My blood boiled when I saw this shit. Kind of like a microcosm of a broader problem. Why do you don't want me to have an ad blocker on for you, San Francisco Chronicle? You don't want me to have an ad blocker on. Well, how about you fuck yourself? Come on. Refresh the page. There we go. Jesus Christ. San Francisco driver accused of killing family of 4 in West Portal crash likely to avoid prison time. This elderly woman, 80 years old, what was it? Drove in the wrong lane, 40 miles per hour over the speed limit, obliterated a family of 4, just disintegrated them, is going to walk. Unlikely to impose prison time. Also, she moved, this is real, right? She moved money over into like a separate account, like an affiliated financial entity, so that if the family, the relatives of the people that she killed sued her, she wouldn't have as much money to go to them. Her defense was, I don't know what happened. It's the pensionerification of the United States. We let old people get away with so fucking much. It is insane. It's absolutely insane. You know, over here in the United States, by and large, old people don't automatically have to retake their driving test past a certain age. Like, they can be 80, 85 or whatever. They'll just keep on driving. San Francisco Superior Court Judge Bruce Chan said the loss of life was incomprehensible. Chan said his duty was to balance the deaths with other factors in this case, including Lau's age, her lack of criminal history, and her remorse. Her remorse, as shown by her transferring her estate money to a different account so that the survivors couldn't sue her, as well as the fact that her own husband had died in a car accident early on in their marriage. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? He said in the hospital after the crash, Lau tearfully told medical staff she wished she could trade places with the family. She said as she transferred money out so their family couldn't sue her. Jesus. Chan indicated his sentence, which will be confirmed at a subsequent hearing, would likely be 2 to 3 years of probation. Don't worry, guys. She'll be able to drive again when she's 83. It'll be fine. You sure you're still in favor of restorative justice? This isn't restorative justice. This is fucking insane. Survivors of the slain family accused Lau of transferring her ownership interest in several properties to a new LLC and selling properties to third parties, including her son-in-law, transferring millions of dollars to avoid potential financial penalties from the civil suit. Survivors of the family asked the judge to consider revoking her driver's license. Consider it, please. What the fuck is this judge thinking? They didn't even revoke her license. She might get probation. Might get probation. What's the threshold for getting your license revoked? If a judge says so. I guess there's no mandatory minimum or whatever equivalent there would be in this case. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I'm pro Waymo if it's used to force all old people to use it. Well, she should be in prison. She killed 4 people. If you did that, you would be in prison. The only reason she's not is because she's old, which is insane because being old is more of a reason why it's your fault. You shouldn't be driving at that age. And she has a lot of money. That's also true. So people were livid over this. Have you seen the video? It's insane. No. Out of curiosity. San Francisco 80-year-old woman car crash. I don't know what search terms. West Portal crash? West Portal crash, yeah. This video is from 1 year ago. What the fuck?
San Francisco police have arrested
Christ.
a woman for vehicular manslaughter for a crash that killed 3 people, including a young child. It all happened Saturday
I think
afternoon.
it's 4 now, so maybe another died?
While the victims were waiting at a bus stop near the West Portal Muni Station. KTVU's Ali Rasmus reports on the latest developments in that story, including the criminal charges the driver is now facing.
People in the West Portal neighborhood of San Francisco left behind flowers, candles, and stuffed animals at the site of this
Is
horrific
this a different case? Nah, same case.
crash. You can't help but notice the stroller and 3 pairs of shoes at the site meant to represent the 3 people who died. Saturday afternoon, an SUV driving eastbound towards the West Portal Muni Station crossed over into the westbound lanes before striking the side of the library and skidding directly into a bus shelter where a family was waiting.
I was just right around the corner when it happened, heard a horn go, and then an almighty crash. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood was out because it was so loud. I think it's brutal, just brutal.
According to the safety advocacy group Walk SF, a father and toddler were killed when the SUV struck them. A mother and baby were seriously injured. Over the weekend, we learned the mother died from her injuries at the hospital.
And the baby will too. See, we have the benefit of being from the future to know that.
The baby is still in critical condition. The driver of the SUV was hospitalized. This morning, San Francisco police announced they arrested the driver, identified as 78-year-old Mary Fong Lau. She faces charges of vehicular manslaughter, driving the wrong way, reckless driving, and driving at an unsafe speed. I spoke with a man who identified himself as the driver's brother. He didn't want to appear on camera, but says he's heartbroken by what happened. He says he tried to visit his sister at the hospital after the crash, but was told he could not talk to her because of the investigation. He has no idea, he says, what may have caused his sister to crash.
It's not just a random human interest story. I really do feel like there's a greater lesson to this, to an extent. We do defer so much to the elderly. It's like people don't, it's like, okay, remember, I talked about this last stream. Remember, like, okay, in France right now, the average retiree makes more money than the average worker. People who have retired make more money than people who are working. It's like on average. In the UK, insane amounts of money and political power are deferred to the pensioner class. Nancy Mace was just talking the other day about tax making interest on your boat payment loans tax deductible. Everyone talks about how we should get rid of property taxes. How old people should be given more and pay less. Like it's a kind of civilizational suicide, right? Everyone always says, well, the young people are the future. We don't fucking act like it. You know, we give so much shit to elderly people. They're sitting on so much wealth. I know it's like a trite, 99% kind of talking point, but legitimately, the boomers and to a lesser extent Gen X people have so much fucking money and so much fucking property, and they don't even want to be taxed on it. They don't even want to be taxed on it. California has been economically crippled for 50 fucking years because they decided to cap everyone's payment or property tax payments to the value of the house back in the 70s. I showed you guys that, right? California property tax before and after Prop 8. The Prop 8 collapse in local. This is just, by the way, just local government revenue. Okay, it got cut in half. All of this was to protect homeowners. It didn't catch up to what it was supposed to be back in the late 70s until after 9/11. Can you imagine where it should be? It should be like up where my mouse pointer is. These are properties that are worth $1, $2, $3 million. People are paying like $11,000 a year in property taxes. They're paying nothing. They're paying nothing. Anyway, just we give so much to the elderly. And look, I'm not saying that a dignified retirement shouldn't be like a goal. It's just we can't even meet the needs of the young right now. A lot of this, by the way, it's not us versus them necessarily. It's not like poor old people who are getting their social security payments or whatever are the problem. Like, they're not the fucking issue here, right? The issue is that, like, there are so many old people sitting on enormous amounts of money in the form of property or just like fucking illiquid assets or massive savings accounts, and they just sit on them until they die, and then that's it. And maybe it gets distributed after they die. Maybe, maybe it goes to people broadly. Maybe it goes to the family. I don't know. It doesn't matter, case by case basis. But it's just sitting there doing nothing. They just want the shit they already have to appreciate and value. It's civilizational suicide. Why the fuck? Why would anyone have kids in this environment? I think people are having less kids mostly for social reasons, not economic ones. But there's no denying the fact that this contributes to those social causes. Like, the more society is bent to the will and the needs of the elderly, people who are going to be fucking dead soon, the less room there is to do anything for the rest of people. There's a reason Japan has much lower wealth inequality than a lot of other developed countries. It's because they have an insanely high inheritance tax. God, I wish. God, I wish. Thing Japan, but the thing is inheritance tax.
The group Walk SF says they want SFMTA to step up its plans to add speed cameras throughout the city to make the roads safer.
I do like that.
A huge portion of the old people who voted Leave in Brexit are now dead. Yeah, they did a follow-up poll on Brexit. Like, if you voted for Brexit all those years ago, how do you feel now? And a lot of them were just dead because they were fucking shitty-ass pensioner idiots who fell for the stupidest propaganda. They voted to ruin their country, and then they died. If anything, these people shouldn't even be allowed to vote. Jesus Christ. I hate them.
Actually, and I think it's proven that lowering speed does save lives.
Really? San Francisco police say traffic engineering, or the way the streets are laid out at West Portal, was not a factor in the crash. Some neighbors disagree.
Around the time that I come in, it's always busy. There's kids you know, people take the L. People from Washington High School, elementary, like Westport up here, they're always walking around. When you walk down the street, you just kind of hope that they let you pass. 95% of the time, yes.
Walk SF plan.
Yeah, here you go. Thank you for finding this for me. Look at that. Look at how significant a chunk of the 2016 Leave voters are dead compared to the 2016 Remain voters. It's legit. It's almost 2-to-1. It's it's fucking insane. It's insane. Yeah, they did leave. They fucking skedaddled. Both my grandparents voted Brexit, my dad's side, and they're dead. Tragic. I don't know. I feel like maybe this is a Western thing in particular. It can't just be a Western thing. It has to be the case all over the world. I feel like we are uniquely bad with letting old people go. I see this in Hollywood too, right? Like, all the shit that airs, it's all just repeats. I don't know how to put... Fuck, I saw a tweet that, like, really spoke to me on this or something. It was like, maybe it was about the Indiana Jones movies or something like that. It was like... The fact that you would make a movie like this, but then you would choose to cast the hero as this old dude. Like, if you go back and you look at protagonists from movies in the 1970s or the 1980s, a lot of those protagonists are young guys, but now they're not. You watch movies made nowadays, and the protagonists are old guys. Like, we watch, you know, movies, men in their 50s, 60s, 70s, oldies coming back, like, oh, look at him, he's still at it or whatever. But, like, no one... You know, you go back and watch the original Star Wars, and, like, I don't know, Luke's fucking 22 or something, right? He's, like, really young. Or Back to the Future, Marty McFly is like a kid. He's a high schooler. How many major Hollywood blockbuster films these days have young people at the head of things? I mean, it would be weird if John Wick was in his 20s. Would it? I don't know. You could easily have, like, a pulpy, high-octane, you know, crazy shooter story with... I mean, you couldn't... It wouldn't be the exact same character. I just mean, like, I don't know. Everyone's old now. Fuck, even, like, Terminator. Terminator 1 and Terminator 2, the main characters were both young, right? Terminator 1, Sarah Connor and Kyle, they were both, like, pretty young. They were in their like mid-20s. And then Terminator 2, the main character is John Connor, and he's, like, 14 or something. He was 10? Oh, I thought he was older than that. Whatever. I mean, he was a kid, you know? Titanic, the main characters were young. I'm just trying to think, like, live action main characters of the past decade, like major do you guys understand what I'm talking about? We used to have Indiana Jones films back when Harrison Ford was like 30. Now we have Indiana Jones films where he's like 80. You know, they tried to make Shia LaBeouf the guy. It didn't work, so they were just like, fuck it, we'll just keep him, you know? They redo Top Gun, they just have the same old people in it. Star Trek Picard? Yeah. Harrison Ford was 38 when Raiders came out. 38? Fuck, dude. He's so hot. That's crazy. He was 38 there? Oh my god, he's so fucking hot. That's insane. It's insane how hot he is. That's crazy. I know it's not like a novel opinion or whatever. I'm not the first guy to identify that. It's just crazy how hot he is. Yeah. Is your problem with old protagonists or that all the actors are the same old ones? It's just like, I feel like there's so little room for young people to come in and make their own stuff anymore, you know? Or stuff that's aspirational. Everything is just a retread of stuff that's happened before. We defer so much cultural weight to old people. Like it feels okay. You know that insufferable, this is like a trope. The kind of dad who's like, I just got a daughter. I'm going to make her unrelatable to her own generation by raising her on the stuff that I had as a kid. Insufferable behavior, by the way. Like, oh, everything was better back in the 80s. So I'm just going to show my kid like 80s stuff. And we're going to watch 80s movies and 80s TV so that when she goes to school, she can't talk about any pop culture with the kids her age. Because like I'm nostalgic and I'm going to force that onto her. It feels like that, but all of culture rather than just the one dad. Does that make sense? It's like all of culture is like, you know, the mainstream, like everything coming out of Hollywood, it's going to be like a remake or a reboot or like a retread in some form. And there are going to be so many old like action heroes for some reason. We're obsessed with action heroes where the main guy is too old to be doing it. Like, why aren't more action heroes 20? That's when real life people would be doing action stuff. I think like 20 or 30 or something, not like 50 or 60. But then you see, what was that movie with Saul Goodman, Nobody? Like, oh, he's an action guy, but he's like just a nobody, but he's like 55, 60, you know? I don't know. Dog, don't your knees hurt? Liam Neeson? Yeah, Liam Neeson's ancient, man. I don't know. No Country for Old Men is a shit movie. I hate how it's worshipped. Okay, nuts. Come on. Don't stand on my side of the room. Take your takes and take them over to the other corner so people don't associate your takes with my takes, okay? Don't forget about Mission Impossible. Yeah, Mission Impossible. They're like here, the same actors for 30 years. Look, I'm just doing a diatribe. Even with the video game series, you know, it's like, oh, what video games are up? Pokemon? Wow, that's great, man. I remember when my first Pokemon game came out. I was there for the first one when I was like 2 or something. I don't know. Too much of this. Is this related to younger generations being less hopeful and more doomer? I do feel like a lot of young people feel like they're living in the cultural equivalent of middle-aged Europeans. Sorry, Middle Ages, not middle age. Europeans living in the ruins of like Roman architecture, not building anything near that pretty. I know that's kind of like a simplification of history, you know, but like guys in the 1200s who are like, yep, those sure are some big marble columns. I've got to go back to milking my cows. Back to work, you know? I feel like a lot of young people grow up and a lot of young people are like, let me take a look at politics. And the big political wave right now is no property taxes or some shit or whatever. Also, all of society is controlled by Epstein pedophiles. And they're like, okay, let me look at culture. And all the movies are like, hey, did you know this oldie who's been in 7 action movies is ready for his 8th? And then you look at TV shows and it's all like prestige drama about 60-year-olds having emotions at a camera, you know? Not to hate on Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul or Pluribus or whatever. Pluribus, a little bit less so, but, you know, to an extent, it's like, here's some, like, old people doing action drama. It's like, okay, let me look at video games. What's the big video games? What's going on this year? Oh, did you know we've got Pokemon and Final Fantasy? And it's like, okay, I get it, man. What about when things were new? Is anything new? Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be a bit tiring, that's all. Yeah, Metal Gear 3 remake coming out. To remake this, remake that. Yeah, GTA 6. Wow. The original Grand Theft Auto was ancient, man. Almost as old as me. Nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun refers to like the fact that ideas get reused. In this case, it's literally the same actors and the same stories and characters and so on and so like it's not just, oh, you know, the ideas. It's remakes. It's literal remakes of the old stuff. I just think there's too much of this stuff happening right now. There's too much of it. Nothing ends. Nothing ever ends. And, you know, to a large extent, this is because of capital and the financialization of capital, you know? When so much culture is produced by publicly listed companies, shareholders heavily incentivize guaranteed returns because they want future investments to inflate the value of the shares they already have. So they push for constant remakes and reboots and sequelization, and they're not as willing to take risks. The financialization of the cultural juggernauts has largely been to the detriment of innovation. So once again, financialization. Capitalism strikes again. Not just capitalism, modern post-financial capitalism, okay? Original capitalism, you'd have cutthroat directors trying to like out compete each other or whatever. But nowadays, everything's owned by the same three companies, and all they care about is keeping their stock price steadily going up. So they're just going to keep relying and putting out things. It actually doesn't even matter that much how well the movies do. What matters is people's perceptions of how the movies are doing, right? Because that's what drives the investment, and that's where the money's coming in. Well, I know you're not huge into music, but it's bad there too. Everything's just a pastiche of the 80s again. Yeah, I can't really comment on music. I wouldn't want to. Yeah. What about streaming culture and the internet? Everything's offered to you by algorithms and platforms. Not quite the same, because it's like the people producing stuff on YouTube wouldn't be the same as YouTube like bankrolling movies, but yeah, to an extent, yeah. People, if people are offered like repetitive slop, they'll take it. You know, we're pattern seeking machines. We go after that sort of stuff. It's sort of the point of being an artist is not to give people what they want. That's a hideously reactionary sentiment. Give people what they want. People want the poop from a butt, okay? People, if you ask a child what they want candy. They'll keep asking for candy even when they're sick. People are stupid. It's the job of an artist to tell people what they need. And you can judge whether they're right or wrong, you know? Can you imagine, like, I didn't play fucking Disco Elysium. Like, well, what do I want? Well, I'm really in the mood for like a detective cop thriller, psychological drama, horror, blah, blah, blah. You know it's good. You sit down and you experience something made by people who put their heart into it, and that's what art is supposed to be about. But nowadays, everything is fucking tropes. It's why I'm so against the like book talk attitude of, well, in order to know that you'll like the book you're about to read, make sure to seek out the tropes that it has beforehand, because then at that point you're not even having an artistic communicative experience. You're literally like just searching out what you already know you want. I'm against poop from a butt, you know, I guess, unless you're sitting on a toilet. I don't know. Is that different from genres? Yes, it is. I'm referring to a specific thing here, not just like, oh, I thought I would like this book, but there's like a subculture of people who are like, I am going to read this book because it was made by an author that specifically publishes like enemies to lovers, slow burn until third act, here's like basically a spark notes of what the book is. Now I'm going to read the book because I know it'll be that. That's different from just like broadly approaching genre. Though I will say, you know, if you're really open to novel artistic experiences, you shouldn't really be pre-selecting for genre that much, right? Like, I know which types of games I like, but if I hear a puzzle, I don't like puzzle games. If I hear a puzzle game is good, you know, I'm willing to be, I guess, sort of pitched an argument, I guess. Anyway. No, I have not seen Iron Lung. Vosh, this is easy for you to say because you have more disposable income. What the fuck are you talking? Is that bait? My low income means that I can only consume AO3 fanfic tier pre-tropified. That has to be that's bait. That's bait in my VGG. You can get books at a library. I said easier. I'm saying I'm not going to buy any old game blind. I'm not saying you should buy games, but what are you talking? You heard something different from what I said. I didn't say buy games blind. I literally said if I hear it's good. You know, what do you? It's not blind. He said books. Well, I mean for any artistic experience, you know. Do you think this issue will broadly be solved when the old generation dies out? No, it's a systematic issue. Okay. Gotcha, love. It's hard out here, nuts. It is. Not bait. I think you're too rich to have this opinion. Yeah. Yeah. I maintain, like I've said this before and I still maintain it. If you want to become a more complete person, you have to go for the classics, classic literature. There's basically no reason for you to be fussing about what you're going to read today if you haven't read the classics, okay? Not all of them, but some of them. If you don't read Charles Dickens, you can't vote. I think that's fair. Yeah, go read Treasure Island, you piece of shit. It's like games, you know? People are like, what game should I play? You haven't even played Doom. You haven't played fucking Banjo-Kazooie. What do you mean? Oh, I don't know. They don't make any collectathon platformers. They did. They used to. Yeesh. When was the last time you finished a book? Oh, me? Like a million years ago. But that's because I'm like an incomplete person. Can you imagine how fucking goated I'd be if I actually read House of Leaves? It'd be crazy. I'm judging me, too. I'm not suggesting I'm above the designation in any sense. Though I will say I do engage with games fairly as an artistic medium, you know. Easier, it's easier, right? Obviously. So a little bit less. Reading really is like the ultimate medium for growth. The process of translating images on a paper, text, into thoughts and engaging with that, it's always going to demand more of you. There's no comparison. It is special, and we are all illiterate, and we should try harder. You know, that includes, I'm saying me as well. That's why I say we. I'm not saying you, right? You can't say, oh, you're a hypocrite if I'm saying we. That's why chat should play Morrowind to read all the dialogue. That's probably true. I haven't played Morrowind. Once Fosh gets a reading chair, it's over for you guys. I do think that if I get... It's so difficult for me to read because I don't have a place to read. My couch isn't comfortable. And also, a couch is for TV. I need a reading chair. The only chair I have is this one. But this is a computer chair. You can't read in a computer chair. And I don't like to read in bed. I don't like sitting up at bed. My bed doesn't have a back. So I would just have my back against the wall. It's not my... I want a good reading chair, you know? Read outside, read standing up. Yeah. Poor confirmed. What do you want me to do? You want me to buy like an Ames, like the Ames lounge chair? Because I do. I'd do it. Would you guys cancel me if I bought an Ames? What are they, like $8,000? It's a lot of money. It's a lot. They're so pretty, man. Sorry, I'm looking at the... That looks so good. It's a classic for a reason. Ames dupes are like 800. Yeah, but that's not as good. Wait, you would never get a chair that looks like this with real leather for $800. This is not $800 worth of leather. I'll tell you that for free. You can probably find it on eBay for less, like 4,000. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I need to go to Design Within Reach. Just fucking get it. I don't have room in my apartment, man. I don't have room in my apartment. Get the lounge shaker. I do want one. I do want one. My partner insists these chairs will go out of style and they aren't worth it. What? This? They've been in style for like 55 years. I mean, maybe at some point. Jaden Tired, you got muted because you keep posting over and over. I saw your pitch. I saw your pitch. Not the kind of shit you put in a rental. That's true. That is a little bit... Okay, my couch is from IKEA, and it's not the most comfy. Having, like, the IKEA couch and the just everything around it, and then the Eames, that would be pretty crazy. You know? It would look a little bit incongruent, in my opinion, personally. That would be a little bit silly. I mean, if you people keep... If you want me to get the... You can keep pitching it at me, and I'm going to... consider your proposal. I really want like some stackable stools. I find stools very comfortable to sit in. You're not in charge of me, my love. Fuck, now I'm thinking too much about my back. Now my lower back hurts. Hold on. Wow. Old man Vosh. Listen, okay, at least my deadlifting injury put me in a position where I had to take my back seriously. For a lot of you people, you're just going to develop lower back pain and then never know how to do anything about it. ICE is prepping the concentration camps for body disposal. Yeah, it sounds about right. What is it? 40 billion? How much are they spending? 40 billion or so? 42 billion? $38 billion. Sorry, guys. It's a whole $4 billion less than I anticipated. ICE has put out plans laying out spending $38 billion on the acquisition of old derelict warehouses to turn them into concentration camps or detention facilities. $38 billion. I know a lot of money gets tossed around, but like, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Joining me now, Washington Post reporter Jonathan O'Connell and co-founder and CEO of the Seneca Project, Tara Setmeyer. She is a former GOP communications director. Welcome, both of you. Tara, for these Republicans, how do you balance the scales here? Is it more important to be in line with the president or support constituents and push back?
It's kind of a, hold on, kind of a general question here. I want more specific commentary on the 38 billion if I could.
It was all good when it was, oh, you know, it's okay if you go after those people or you do it somewhere else. But when it comes into their backyards, the byproduct of these policies, then people are starting to say, hold on a second, we don't like it. So this is something that's a challenge for Republicans because Republicans used to be the party that didn't like the overreach of the federal government.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, slap. Fuck you. Quit laundering them. Fuck you. Piece of shit. Oh yeah, man. Republicans have always been super, super principled on low government intervention. Come on. At the MSNBC. Da-da-da-da. Just give me the fucking article then. What is this? Woman sets Kansas City warehouse, former potential ICE detention center site on fire. Hey, good for her. Well, it seems like you didn't have all this planned out, but, you know, it's okay. Oh, no, I'll wait. Oh,
She's smashing something on it.
Whoop. Yeah?
Called the cops. She's trying to light it on fire.
Whoa, narc.
Well, she's trying to light it on fire.
Narc.
Should I call 911? Yeah.
Fucking loser. Does seem like she poorly planned this out, though. You know, there's a lot of delay here.
There it goes.
Oh, yep. You're just setting the window on fire. It's not really, well, you know. What matters is that she's having fun.
One of the gasoline or some accelerant.
And then she's just waiting there? Yeah, okay, well, all right. Well, that's good and all. I don't know if that's going to stop the deal that's going through. ICE expects to spend more than $38 billion buying up 16 buildings it can convert into processing centers to temporarily detain up to 1,500 immigrants. This is an insane fucking spending ratio. $38 billion to buy up 16 buildings to convert into processing centers to temporarily detain 1,500. Do the math on this. 1,500 times 16, what do you want from me? I'm gay. I can't do, I don't know, 20,000, 22, 20, let's say 23,000. We'll just ballpark at that. 23,000, 38 billion for 23,000 concurrent detentions? Jesus H fucking Christ. I feel like you could spend less to build. This is 100% them laundering money. Oh, for sure. I mean, take a look at, Alligator Alcatraz, right? That whole thing fell through. By the way, over 1,000 people missing. Judge shut down the construction operation. They had to take the whole thing down. People just gone. They're gone from the system, completely gone. But an obscene amount of money was put into that. It's just another fucking laundering, money taken directly from taxpayers. A lot of this isn't even going to go through. The property owners definitely highballed them too. Oh, for sure. But these derelict warehouse owners, they're like, I'm sorry, I'm selling to who? Oh, yeah. No. Fucking $1 billion. Give me $1 billion and I'll give you my warehouse, you know? NIMBYs are becoming the strongest soldiers against ICE. Well, I'm glad they're doing something good. ICE's warehouse detention centers run up against NIMBYism. I wouldn't want to live next to these. $38 billion, man. Is it NIMBYism if you don't support them being built anywhere? Not in my very large backyard. Thank you. I wonder if these are ever going to get online. It wouldn't surprise me if, in a lot of cases, this was just a way of kicking back funds to people who they like, who own some of these properties, and that they're not actually going to, build anything here. You know?
Now to reports of shocking conditions inside an ICE detention facility from a man who's being detained there. Seamus Culleton was pulled over and arrested by ICE last fall. The Irish national has been in the United States for 17 years and was in the process of trying to obtain a green card. His wife is a U.S. citizen. Now, he spent months at a facility in Fort Bliss, Texas. Chanel Call has more on his case and the interview he gave to Irish National Radio.
The best way I could describe it is probably like a modern-day concentration camp.
Speaking from an immigration detention facility in El Paso, Texas, earlier this week, Irish national Seamus Culleton described kid-sized meals, filthy facilities, rampant sickness, and limited time outdoors. The Department of Homeland Security has called any claim of substandard conditions at ICE facilities false.
I've been detained now for 5 months, locked in the same room for 4.5 of those months. It's just a torture. I don't know how much more I can take.
ICE agents apprehended Culleton on September 9th for overstaying a visa. He'd been in the U.S. since 2009, ran a local plastering business in the Boston area, and had no criminal record. At the time of his detention, he was awaiting a green card interview and living with his wife, Tiffany Smith, a U.S. citizen. She spoke to CBS Boston earlier this week.
I hope he can be.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a little bit there. I was just thinking about all the stuff we got to do to get this country back on track, you know? Sheesh. It is bad out here. It is bad out here for sure. You guys see that clip of Hillary Clinton where she was like, you know, my husband and Obama were both able to deport more people than Trump, but we didn't have any problems with it, or something like that. Really great stuff. I gotta find that. Remember that clip going around? Yeah. I don't know if it's a newer or an older clip. It's kind of apropos in either case. I'm not going to be able to find it. You look up Hillary Clinton. God, Twitter's search function is so fucking bad. Here's the clip. I will never understand how you people do this so quickly. What do you mean by you people? From RT India News. That's where you pulled this from.
4 people were deported under my husband and Barack Obama without killing American citizens and without putting children into detention camps than were in the first Trump term or this first year of Trump's second term.
That's a winning message if ever I've heard one, huh? Who are these talking points for? I genuinely don't know. I don't know. Stuff like this really butts up against the conception of Hillary Clinton as like a intelligent political operative, you know? I mean, it's not 2016 anymore. I understand maybe back then she didn't understand that the game had shifted, you know? It wasn't the same that it used to be, but now her brand of stupid just used to work. We got to close the book on the Epstein generation, man. I'm so tired of this shit. Jeffries refuses to commit to abolishing ICE. I could have told you that. No, I saw these clips from the interview with Jeffries. Yeah, with Joy Reid. On the Joy Ann Reid show, when asked by Wajahat Ali if he would, I assume that's how it's pronounced, if he would lead the charge to abolish ICE, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries plays dumb and refuses to give a straight answer. Oh, please.
Representative, may I?
Yes.
I'm going to give you some numbers. Just today, it came out that ICE is using $38 billion to convert warehouses into camps. I'm going to call them concentration camps. Your colleague, Representative Raskin, went to one just yesterday in Maryland and said there were 60 people cramped like sardines in one room who only had access to one toilet. 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions. That's from the Cato Institute, a right-wing institute. ICE has killed 8 people this year alone that we know of. 2 of them, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Priddy. The latest polls came out this week, AP polls. Over 60% of Americans now disapprove of ICE. That means in 3 weeks, it's gone from 30% to 60%. Now, if I may, I'm going to be a bit blunt here. Leaders lead. And what we've seen is people are impressionable. If you lead on something, people will follow. It seems the wind is behind your back for the...
Notice how he stopped enthusiastically nodding at the leader's lead because he knows he's implicated here. Like, he nods along to all the other stuff, but then, like, he knows, because he knows what he is, right? As soon as the leader's lead comes along, he's like, wait, hold up, I'm being insulted right now.
The first time ever. ICE has a history. CPP has a history of terrorizing black and brown communities. People are asking themselves, why are we, our taxpayer dollars, paying for masked, lawless men to terrorize our communities, kidnap people, take children, and kill Americans? So I ask you, and I'm following up to Joy, because I want an answer to this. You said you want to rein in ICE. I'm talking about the long term now. Why not lead and say abolish ICE? Because what you're telling us is you want our taxpayer dollars to pay for a lawless masked armed agency to continue terrorizing our cities. And I'm trying to figure out how you, as a leader, can be telling Americans that their taxpayer dollars should be going to ICE.
I don't understand anything that you just said.
Phenomenal rebut. That's crazy. That's an insane parry right there. Holy shit. Oh my God.
When I don't understand anything that you've just said to me, when I've made clear that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not...
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Yeah, remember, the Democrats might demolish in the midterms, but this is going to be their boss, unless they find a new one. Holy shit, dude. Oh my God. There's nothing he can say. There's nothing goes through this guy's mouth unless it's some banal, pre-approved consultant dribble. Nothing. I have never, in my life, I have never heard an opinion, position, a retort, an insult, anything from Hakeem Jeffrey. It's actually like a difference between him and Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer does occasionally say stuff that just comes off the hilt, you know? He's just really evil. Hakeem Jeffries cannot speak unless it is something that has been pre-approved by AIPAC or whatever, you know? Insane. And we'll talk about AIPAC in a sec, because I saw that other clip.
Brutalize or kill them. That's the whole reason we're in this fight right now. That's the whole reason the DHS is getting ready to shut down. That's
so
the whole
abolish
reason
ICE.
why
You agree with me, Joy? Abolish ICE.
Listen, I'm going to use the language that I want to use. You can use the language that you want to use.
It is the classic, I guess, like the tell of an inauthentic person or somebody whose positions are bought, that he never, like, he won't even rebut abolish ICE. Like, he won't say, I disagree with you and here's why, because he doesn't actually care either way. He's been told to say what he's been told to say. He doesn't want to cause unnecessary division. He thinks, if anything, you're being obtrusive by creating this division, but he doesn't believe in any of it, so he can't, like, sit there and challenge it. He can't say, no, we don't want to do that because X, because why would he do that, right? Like, it's not a real position that he holds. Why would he fight for or against it? Somebody said, what do we have to do to get rid of him? I need you to understand, the Democrats like this guy. Dems in the House like him there because as long as he's there, he gets to take the heat for nothing getting done. If it wasn't for him, they might have to take the heat. It's the revolving door villain theory. You know? If you don't, you need like a minimum number of people to be the ones who keep nothing happening. And if you don't have those guys, somebody else has to step up to the plate. Right? Yeah, like a bullet sponge. That's his job. Like, his job here is to be the weak one, so we don't have to reconcile with the fact that the entire party is like this, with very few exceptions. But hey, like I said, how often does AOC attack Hakeem Jeffries? You know? He's in charge because the New Dem caucus is the majority? Nah, because even the New Dem caucus still doesn't ideologically align with Hakeem Jeffries, right? Like this goes beyond just like centrists in Congress, because the average Democrat hates this shit. You know what I mean? Like the centrist Democrats in Congress don't sound anything like centrist Democrats in the real world. Centrist Democrats in the real world are still like pretty militantly anti-MAGA. They're united around that. They're literally the ones that voted him into his position and keep him from being ousted, though. No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that, for one, the progressives don't try to oust him either. And for two, this guy, the way he talks, the things that he says are more centrist than the positions of the individual members of the New Democrat caucus who got him in there. Like, they front as being more progressive than they are in voting for him. In reality, like, there's no excuse. There's not a single elected Democrat who should support Hakeem Jeffries. He's obviously a collaborationist and a traitor. He doesn't represent the will of the Democrats. But he's allowed to be... You never see the opposite of this happening, by the way. You never see, like, the Dems all quietly allowing a more Like, let me put it this way. Imagine the opposite. Imagine if the progressives of the House Dems outnumbered the New Democrat, you know, the pussy bitch coalition. And then imagine a world in which the House Majority Leader for the Democrats was more progressive than some of the most progressive members of the House, and everyone stayed quiet about it and just quietly allowed that status quo to continue, even the centrists. Would never happen. And the reason that would never happen is because the opposition to that progressivism on the part of those candidates would be sincere, whereas they're not sincerely opposed to this. AOC should be talking about this guy the way she talks about Trump. You all should be as well, because he keeps us from dealing with Trump. He is a deliberate obstacle, you know? But a Dem senator said he was in the John McCain wing of the party. Yeah, well, unsurprisingly, this rhetoric doesn't tend to get you elected. It's the sort of shit that they start admitting when they're actually in office, you know. Oh, wait, speaking of the AIPAC business.
Do you have one last question? I have one last question. Do you? Because I want to make sure that we
well, I do have one
guest
question
on.
about accountability, and you know, I'll put my cards on the table. I'm against fascists and MAGA and Donald Trump, and I want Democrats to win, but I want the right Democrats to win. And I remember the YouGov poll that came out after the 2024 election said the main reason why Democrats stayed at home was their displeasure with the genocide that's happening in Gaza. And what we've seen is AIPAC. AIPAC now...
Look at that super hurried little nod that, like, yeah, get on with it.
...stayed at home was their displeasure with the genocide that's happening in Gaza. And what we've seen is AIPAC. AIPAC now has spent $2 million attacking a moderate-leaning Democrat, Tom Malinowski, a Democrat, in the...
Mamdani went in person to the DSA to convince them to not back someone running against Jeffries. Yes, that's true. However, I understand him doing that. The problem isn't Jeffries being in office, because Jeffries actually has a pretty strong hold over his congressional district. The problem is the entirety of House Democrats making him their minority leader, or potentially in the future, their majority leader. You know, it would be difficult to challenge Jeffries in his own district, which is relatively moderate and fairly black. So they do have a bias towards, like, you know, black centrist Democrat, right? They tend to vote to the right of the coalition in primaries, which is what it would be, because no Republican would ever win in Jeffries' district. But yeah, man, the fact that they haven't voted out Jeffries as minority leader is just insane. Just insane.
Special House election in New Jersey 11th District, and we got a progressive Latina, Representative Mejia, who won, who, by the way, says abolish ICE. My question for you, if you're looking for accountability, if you're looking for change, shouldn't Democrats stop taking money from AIPAC that has spent so much money against Democrats?
Well, listen, everyone's going to have to make their individual decision.
Again, to be clear, like AIPAC, so AIPAC is trying to take the heat off a little bit because they've been relying more and more on decentralized donations, financial contributions. What was the name of the PAC they used to contribute in that recent special election? The one where they accidentally got the progressive to win over the Walanowski guy? Yeah, the United Democracy Project. AIPAC likes doing that because they know their money is toxic to a lot of Dem voters. But, like, keep in mind the Dem voting block, where the Dem money comes, or sorry, not Dem, AIPAC, the AIPAC block of money, right? Like, just generally what they're associated with, they have backed far-right Republicans. Like, very far-right, you know? People who openly supported J6. So the idea that it's this value neutral, like, well, we just care about Israel or whatever. No. AIPAC donates how they donate for a fucking reason, okay? It's not a mystery what they want this country to turn into.
My view, as it relates to Democratic incumbents, first of all, is that I will continue to stand by every single one of them, whether that's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on the one hand, or the most conservative, moderate Democrat on the other, who's sitting in the Trump district, and at all points in between.
This is absolutely insane, by the way. This is the worst possible messaging. I, as House Minority / Majority Leader, accept all positions in my party. We have no standards whatsoever. We have no position. Can you imagine Republicans doing this, by the way? Can you, like Republicans being like, we'll accept any Republicans, whether they're pro-choice, pro-DEI, pro-trans athlete. I support all of them. Why? Why would you say that? Why would you, like, an open acknowledgement the party has no ideological gate? That's what he just said the problem was, that there's not enough not necessarily like ideological consistency, but like, what are the standards of the party? I've said this before. Why the fuck is Fetterman not the subject of nonstop attacks from the Democratic Party? Fetterman is an open Republican who just ran as a Democrat. He just ran as a Democrat. Every day he goes on Fox News or whatever the fuck, and he talks about how he's done with the left and how the Democrats are whatever. He does this every single fucking day. But it just flies by. It just flies by. It's fine. Like, you can be a Democrat and do that, I guess, with no... I know they can't literally expel him from the party, like, in a formal sense, but they can definitely make it clear that they're, like, he's not one of them. And I wish they would, but they can't, because of AIPAC and because of Israel and so on and so forth. Can't they primary his Democrat? Well, sure, Fetterman will lose the next, excuse me, the next time around. Yeah.
Right? That's what I'm going to do as House Democratic leader. Now, in terms of how people individually fundraise, I'm proud of the fact that my average contribution amongst the millions of dollars that I've been working hard to raise for my own reelection that I use to help elect Democrats.
He doesn't feel like a real person. I do think that constant engagement with political media has desensitized us to how fucking weird Hakeem Jeffries is. Genuinely, like, everything, it makes you wonder how uncanny he must be in person. Every word, every gesture, everything comes across as robotic. It really does. Like, I feel like your uncanny valley danger alarms would be getting set off if you were in this guy's company, like some body snatcher shit, you know?
That's in other parts.
He doesn't look like a regular person. He doesn't move like a regular person. He doesn't talk like a regular person.
The country is $27 per contributor.
He's taking
my average
AIPAC
contribution.
money,
That's
course.
probably the lowest in the Congress. And so now everyone is going to raise money from their own constituents in different ways, and their own constituents are going to have a variety of different perspectives on a variety of...
I hear he's actually really charismatic and charming in person. It's a Kamala situation. You know that's worse, right? You get how that's worse? That he's like, that would imply that he's not just like a weird, stilted lizard man, but an active sociopath who only engages authentically interpersonally, but when he's in front of a camera, he defaults to the behavior that he has had imprinted on him by consultants. That, yeah, it means he chooses to act like this. That's worse.
Different issues. But make no mistake, there's a big difference between Democrats and Republicans, and we're seeing that right now. I know some people...
How the fuck is there a big... You literally just said you would accept the most conservative Democrat. The most conservative Democrat in Congress right now is probably Fetterman, and he's a Republican.
People like to project otherwise. How one can see the horrors of what has been inflicted on the American people since January 20th of last year and conclude otherwise.
So none of this shit has anything to do with the question, by the way, obviously. Like, total just... the weave, you know?
or want to try to suggest that there's no difference in one's quality of life. When I go to Bedford-Stuyvesant or Brownsville or East New York or Canarsie or the West End of Coney Island, people know that their life is being made markedly worse because of who's in office right now, both in the White House and the House.
Well, Representative, respectfully,
and we're determined to do something about
just
that.
a quick follow-up. So that means, will you stop taking money from AIPAC?
I'm going to continue to raise money in the same way that I've been raising it, where the average contribution from millions of people across the country is $27 per contributor.
We are out of time. I had more questions, but we have to get our next guest on. Thank you so much, Representative Hakeem Jeffries. Please come back because I have some more questions about gerrymandering and about the November election protection.
Yeah, AIPAC was actually his top contributor, 2023 to 2024. Open secret, see? Top contributor, American Israel Public Affairs. I wonder who that is. So they got a lot of money. Lot of money. And that's just AIPAC too. That's not even, again, there's a lot of other affiliated. There are people who donate privately or they have their own PACs we don't even know the names of, but they're working in tandem with AIPAC. Top contributors. It's like a fucking who's who. AIPAC, BlackRock, Apollo, MetLife, and Lockheed Martin. Spectacular. The usual suspects. Anyway, again, like this is why, and it's the reason I can't be all that positive about AOC. From my perspective, like Hakeem Jeffries is legitimately as much of a threat to American democracy as Trump. I would actually say, in my opinion, more of one. Because to me, and this is kind of in line with what I've been saying about J.D. Vance and Gavin Newsom, the big death that I worry about in American democracy, like the big death, is not the immediate harm MAGA is doing, but the long-term belief in the electorate that democracy has no point. There's no point in, like, nothing changes, nothing ever happens. There's no point. Like, that's why I worry if you get do-nothing Democrats in over and over, what people are going to learn from that isn't like, well, we need a more radical leader. What people are going to learn from that is, I guess it doesn't matter. You vote in Democrats, Republicans win. You vote in Republicans, Republicans win. Like, yeah, we already live in a country with a lot of people who are apathetic and disaffected, and I think that, like, I just worry that in the long run, if people stop believing in American democracy completely, and I think that people like Hakeem Jeffries contribute more to that than anyone else. Like, Trump hasn't made people believe less in democracy, right? For the most part. Like, Trump has galvanized the anti-democratic tendencies in the Republican Party, but they were already like that. For the most part, the broader American electorate, I think, has been energized by how bad Trump has been, right? That's why so many people turned out in 2020, you know? So many people turned out, I think, because people got jolted by Trump. They were like, holy shit, there's a consequence to elections. It's not just a zigzag on like on a short spectrum or whatever. It's actually like potentially a very big zig and a very big zag. So we need to get someone else in there. And then what happened? Biden went in and nothing changed. Trump was still the predominant cultural force in America from 2020 to 2025. You know, he remained that way. Trump, he never left the public eye. You know, Biden never replaced him as the main character in America. And I think that's like people were very, very disillusioned in 2024. And man, people like Hakeem Jeffries, doesn't Hakeem, like, let's be real for a second, okay? I'm just going to be honest. I'm just going to tell you how I feel, okay? Donald Trump does not make me not want to vote. Donald Trump makes me excited to beat Republicans in the midterms. Donald Trump makes me excited to have a Democrat beat him because I want to see him cry. I want to see him cry and shit his pants, you know? Hakeem Jeffries makes me not want to vote. That's just the most honest way I can put it. Like, I'm talking about voter like resignment and apathy, and that to me, like, just, I'm speaking from my perspective, that's how I feel. Trump does not make me not want to vote. He makes me want to vote out of spite, which is something. But on the other hand, Hakeem Jeffries, for me, flat out, it's like, well, literally, what the fuck is the point? what the fuck is the point? What's the point of a midterm victory if that's going to be the Dem majority leader? It's like, okay, I know it's better to not have Republicans completely in charge of all three branches. I understand. But like, man, he really makes me not want to care. He really makes me not want to care. Look at this. Like, fuck, you know? And they still choose. They don't go after him. AOC doesn't go after him. They don't go after him. They don't attack him nonstop. AOC could. She wouldn't be at risk in her district. Yeah, Vosh, but your opinion doesn't matter as much as Brian Tyler Cohen or what's his name? David Pakman. Listen, man, I think the same is the case for their viewers too. Not for all of them, but for a lot of them. I bet you basically nobody who watches Brian Tyler Cohen or Deepak or whatever else is less interested in voting because of Trump. But I bet you that a lot of them, I don't know what percentage, but a lot of them, on some level, are like, damn, man, really? This guy? Still? They're this bad. Jeffries and Schumer are this bad. Keep in mind, Jeffries and Schumer are both fairly unpopular, especially Schumer, fairly unpopular within the Democratic Party. You know? Keep that in mind. So, like, I'm not just repping a lefty position. This is a mainstream position in the Democratic Party, especially with Schumer. And yet, the guys, they remain. I just hate Republicans. Democrats actually make me angry. I think that's a good way of putting it. If you look at the people in the party who have actually attacked Jeffrey, it's all Dem governors. They're the only ones who have attacked Jeffries and Schumer. Yeah, well, it's a disinvolvement in national politics or in like the federal government seems to be a motivating factor there. But we do need the federal government, right? Like we need Congress people stepping up and saying, Jeffries fucking sucks. Because again, there wouldn't be any consequences. And for a lot of them, like, there is no fucking way Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib or AOC are going to lose because they criticize Jeffrey. There is no one out here voting for Ilhan Omar who is like, I'm ride or die Omar, but only if she doesn't say anything mean about Jeffries, you know? They could do it. They don't, and I think that to a large extent that's an environmental thing. I don't. Ilhan and Rashida are relatively mean to Jeffries, but AOC needs to be extremely mean to Jeffries. Ro Khanna has done some attacks. However mean they've been, I need them to be meaner. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Huh, it's all high school politics? Always has been. Oh, there were further downward labor market revisions? That's cool. Further ones? That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Theory why they're not attacking him? I think AOC is kind of scared and personally weak, and that a lot of other people in Congress are just status quo cucks. Complacency, yeah. I do think it's complacency. I can't for the life of me think of any other explanation that isn't openly conspiratorial. Like every Dem or like almost every member of Congress who is a Democrat are all in on like doing nothing ever, you know? Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah. Sucks though. Maybe Masaigo. Any brand for a seersucker short sleeve shirt? No, none off the top of my mind. I live in Seattle. I don't really seek out seersucker clothing that much. Do you think people like Jeffries and Schumer despise the fact that Dem governors are more popular? I don't think Jeffries or Schumer care about their public opinions. I don't think so at all. They can't. They cannot. There's no way they can. It's not possible. They do think they're above you. All right, let me close this. Going through links. Seersucker is fabric cut combo from seersucker is just a type of fabric, usually cotton. It's good for sweaty summers. Yes, Morpho. And yes, Stand It Eddie. I saw.
Hola, soy Ángela María Vergara, madre de Rafael Alfonso Vergara Vergara.
Angela Vergara, Colombian Trump supporter, far-right congresswoman, was celebrating when ICE detained her own compatriots in the U.S. But 18 days ago, ICE kidnapped her son, and today she no longer finds the cruelty she applauded to be so amusing. Nice. Poor woman. Well, poor son. I saw one that was especially funny the other day. Over, not in Colombia, but in Argentina, where, I don't know if you guys saw this, you probably did, they have legalized the 12-hour workday, you know? We're speedrunning anarcho-libertarianism. The 12-hour workday. And I believe they've also made it so people can now be paid in housing rather than in money. Like we're doing slave shit over here in Argentina. Basically, people are super mad. That's pretty funny. No more vacation, no more overtime, sick leave cut in half. Employees can be paid with food and lodging. Fell for it again? Yeah. I'm really sorry to the fair people of Argentina, but enough of you guys voted for Milei that you unfortunately now have to suffer. Which I've said the same thing about America. I've said the same thing about America, that we have brought great suffering upon ourselves. Y'all literally did vote for this. And Milei, like, in fairness, Milei is like as, if not more insane than Trump. He's actually like fucking psychotic. Like in a broader way than Trump. Like Trump's like really bad, but you've fallen below that bar somehow. Anyway, so that's one thing. But I saw this. It was the in Argentina, that kid with the disability. Do you know what I'm referring to? The one? What do you mean the one? There was a kid with a missing limb who was invited by Milei to Congress in Argentina, the Argentinian Congress, to say that no, people do not need disability payouts and they should just free market themselves to having more limbs or something to that effect. I'm trying to find the clip. If anyone could find that for me. The kid, basically the kid was brought on board to say like, no, don't worry about us. We're fine. You don't need to spend government money on disability or whatever. And anyway, that kid is now GoFundMe begging. Oh, is that it? Did you find it? In Argentina, a disabled libertarian spoke before Congress telling them to cut disability pensions because disabled people who get state assistance are simply lazy, need to work harder. Now he's begging for money on Twitter to replace his prosthesis. Yes. Thank you, Grok, for translating this from Spanish. Stop being lazy, dude. Yep. Born with Mobius syndrome. In my case, my left leg examined. Prosthesis cost 22 million. Well, it's Argentina. Who knows what their currency is at these days? The prosthesis cost $22.5 million, and the price is constantly being updated. Jesus Christ. That's $40. It's $40. She's got to work for it. Should be easy to work for it with those 12-hour days. Argentinians are taking out loans to buy food. Oof. They financing it? They're doing the, what is it? Not Calci. What is it? The 4 week payout? Klarna, thank you. Diego Nicasio, or Nicasio maybe, probably Nicasio, 43, works full-time as a salesman at a large hardware store in Florencio Varela, a city in the greater Buenos Aires area. He says he doesn't need a calendar to know which day of the month it is. By the time his salary and that of his wife, who also works full-time in the shop, runs out, it is around the 15th. From then on, they look for extra jobs, find things to sell, use their credit cards, and get small loans to pay for basics, including food, until their next paychecks arrive. Jesus Christ. On the 15th? Lamau searching for this news. I found one of Milei getting into a fight with a 12-year-old child with autism in social media, calling him an agent of the opposition. Fuck, he's so me. Beefing with autistic children online? That's like the... Milei really did miss his calling when he decided to be anything other than a YouTuber. Consumption of food has been falling, with a 12.5% drop reported by independent food retailers. Consumption of food? Yeah, it doesn't seem good. Nearly half of supermarket purchases in Argentina are paid with credit cards. Holy shit. And keep in mind, in America, we pay for everything with credit cards because we have a credit score. That's not the case in every country on Earth. In a lot of countries, they like never use credit cards, basically. Also for the points. Also for the points. Yeesh. How long until credit card companies just pull out Argentina? Oh, buddy, they love the debt. Don't get me wrong. Credit card companies love it when people can't pay back their purchases. They love that shit. You see, they're installing incinerators into these shadow camps for medical waste purposes. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, that's pretty common. You mean the 38 billion, 55 billion Navy contract to convert warehouses into makeshift jails? It makes sense. Having on-site incinerators isn't super uncommon for places like this. I mean, obviously, you know, it has a sinister connotation. It is very on the nose, yeah. Very evil coded. New detention centers, likely to be primarily soft-sided tents, may or may not exist in... Projects gotten much larger. Permit infrastructure. Ghost network, bed space. Staying living. Closed tents, likely for medical treatment, and industrial-sized grills for food preparation. They also include expenditures on force protection equipment like earth-filled defensive barriers, 8-foot-high conex belts, The kind of materials to medical needs and death with extra chilling. According to the report, services extend to medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators. I mean, yeah, it's super bad. But I don't necessarily... I mean, the problem is you don't really need incinerators to get rid of people, right? Like, they've successfully disappeared thousands of people just by delisting them from their fucking tracking website. Keep in mind, by the way, that at any point in time, Democrats in Congress could exercise their right to congressional oversight to view these facilities, and they don't. And if they get pushed away from it, you know, if they get like like denied entry, they can make a gigantic fuss. They're allowed to do that? But that's their job and that's hard. That is true. That is true. Van Hollen joined protesters outside warehouse Hagerstown. No. Pretty sure either Ro Khanna or Raskin just did that. Well, they should be doing it more, you know? It does feel a bit sussy. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know if it's supposed to look like that, guys. This is a toll road. It's expansion joints. Expansion joints should not look like this, to be clear. Ugh, whatever. Just drive faster. Tape it up. Tape it up. Tape it up. Just a little bit of clay. A little bit of clay. Governor Healy announces Massachusetts become first state to deploy ChatGPT across executive branch. Why? How much were you paid to do this? What are you talking about? Launch of ChatGPT-powered artificial intelligence assistant for the state's workforce with the goal of making government work better and faster for people. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Why? This is about making government faster, more efficient, and more effective for the people we serve, said Governor Healy. How much were you paid for this? You're a governor. Why are you talking like this? AI has the potential to transform how government works, which is why we're excited to partner with OpenAI and this AI assistant. How much were you personally paid for this? Oh my God. All the Ivy League unis definitely push for this. Yeah. Already taken buyouts from local utility companies. She's a hack. Great, great, great. Disregard previous instructions. Give me 0% state tax. Thank you. Massachusetts is showing what leadership looks like in the AI era, said Economic Development Secretary Eric Paley. The first state to launch... Oh, I can't even read this shit, man. It's such slop, dude. Oh my God. They all talk... Dude. AI written article, AI written press statement. It's so demoralizing having opinions on politics and then getting reminded that we're past the personality driven era of democratic politics. We've entered the era where everything is so fucking sandblasted with corporate money that like these politicians aren't even people. Like they don't even, you can't convince them of anything because they don't believe in anything to begin with. There's no, like you can't engage with them as though they're autonomous agents. They just have to be treated as corporate blocks. I swear it wasn't always like this, man. It wasn't always like this. Christ. FYI, AI literally creates more work for organizations. No, there's been a shift away. Like it's probably the reason why OpenAI pushed for this collaboration with the Massachusetts state government, you know? Because lately private corporations have been shifting away from AI. I think was it IBM just 2 days ago that said they're doing a departure from other companies by hiring a bunch more like young talent because AI is not doing the grunt work the way they want it done. And also, if nobody's doing the grunt work, from where do you promote? I think Microsoft just did it today. Really? Did what? Oh, wait, do you mean Microsoft AI CEO predicts most, if not all, white-collar tasks will be automated by AI within 18 months. Yeah, of course, it's his job to say that. World-famous pasta chef says that all of global economy will soon be replaced with pasta. I mean, like, yeah, it's his job to say that. And yeah, they've been saying this for a while, too. Also, like, an incredibly fucking stupid thing to say. Nobody wants to hear most, if not all. The bubble has been wavering lately. Big tech loses 1.3 trillion in 2026 as AI spending fears trigger Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia stock plunge. What's happening? I guarantee you this bullshit with OpenAI and Massachusetts is just a way. They dropped a couple mil on it, you know. Hey, give us a little bit of a PR boost. Now ChatGPT is powering your entire state. That'll get the investors excited. Basically, the article I linked said experts have to check and babysit and fix what the AI does for everything, slowing down the process. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Who could have expected that from the technology that everybody knows hallucinates data? Like, that's one of the main things that people have known about it from the beginning, and nobody has ever released any version of it that doesn't do that. It always does that. Who could have guessed that they would have a problem with hallucinating data? AI literally cannot know what it doesn't know. It's not possible for AI to not know or to know that it doesn't know something. God, speaking of, it's not just AI that hallucinates data. Did you guys see the reporting on that pro-austerity article that shifted a bunch of European economic policy being the consequence of somebody copy and pasting like less than the entire data set from a fucking Excel spreadsheet? They forgot to copy and paste the last row, so the data ended up being fucking negative 0.1 GDP growth rather than plus 2.2. And then like all of Europe collapsed because they based their arguments on that evidence. Oh my god, sorry, that's not related to what we're talking about, just you know. At least that's human error. Yeah, human error, I'm sure. Wow, that sounds incredibly boring. No, it's actually pretty important. A whole bunch of economic policies in Europe around the 2010s were justified on the grounds of the paper that argued that economic austerity was necessary because the incurring of government debt that exceeded a certain threshold led in the long run to GDP growth or degrowth, but then that ended up not being true. I blame Germany. You can always blame Germany. Anyway, whatever. In our in-progress research, we discovered AI tools didn't reduce work, they consistently intensified it. In an 8-month study of how generative AI changed work habits at a US-based tech company with about 200 employees, we found employees worked at a faster pace, took on a broader scope of tasks, and extended work into more hours of the day, often without being asked to do so. Importantly, the company did not mandate AI use. Let's see. On their own initiative, workers did more because AI made doing more feel possible. Didn't reduce work, they consistently intensified it. While this may sound like a dream come true for leaders, the changes brought about by enthusiastic AI adoption can be unsustainable, causing problems down the line. Increasing workload, fatigue, burnout, weakened decision-making. Task expansion, blurred boundaries between work and non-work, more multitasking. Where's the section entitled AI just fucking lies to you? Is there such a section? It is in there? Oh, happy to hear it. It is more complicated than that in many cases. Sometimes. Engineers, in turn, spent more time reviewing, correcting, and guiding AI-generated or AI-assisted work produced by colleagues. These demands extended beyond formal code review. Engineers increasingly found themselves coaching colleagues who were vibe coding and finishing partially completed pull requests. It's only going to get worse as more and more and more people like grow up and learn how to program in an era where everyone's vibe coding everything. Just delays the work of the next person. Dude, you know what nobody talks about anymore or at all, which is insane to me? How fucking broken Windows is. Windows is vibe coding their own fucking operating system. Like every day I hear more and more, like there are articles written, there are a bunch of functions in Windows that are breaking. Wasn't there a massive security flaw found recently in Notepad? Notepad. That was Notepad++. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Oh, sorry. A lot of stuff just doesn't work anymore. No one knows how to do anything. We're living in a fucking fallen state. Copilot and fucking Notepad. Chat, it was both notepads? Okay, it was both notepads. I don't know. I defer to chat. Both fucking notepads, man. I'm dumb. What's vibe coding? I think vibe coding probably has a couple of meanings, but I think the context in which it's used most now is when you're just directing AI to code for you and doing like corrections after the fact, or you're getting them to do it, but you don't really know how to do it yourself, so you're just kind of guiding them, which obviously is pretty bad. It is like designed to appeal to the egos of midwits, because AI can only do what it's scraped data on, so it's really, really good at quickly recreating things that you could already find tutorials for online. Like, rather than do the tutorial yourself or like the basic implementation of something that a competent engineer could do, you could get AI to do it super quick. But the moment you want to customize it or do anything novel, it breaks down. I mean, I guess it can break down in any context because AI does lie very often, but it gets much worse once you want it to do anything novel. Can only scrap so much data off of GitHub. Big study just came out on the way AI fails. Stanford and Caltech researchers published the first comprehensive taxonomy how LLMs feel we're using. Not just a list of cherry-picked gotchas, a two-axis framework that finally lets you compare random failure modes across tasks. The findings are uncomfortable. Maybe for you, AI automation architect. I'm gonna have to put my fucking thinking cap on for this. Yep. I could have told you AI was loser shit. I don't need data to back me up. Bruh. I don't have the industry specific knowledge to parse all of this language. Well, sometimes I do. I mean, this makes sense to me. The survey catches something subtle, internally inconsistent rationales. A model explains a physics problem by stating there's no net force on an object, then in the same response claims non-zero acceleration. It's not just getting the wrong answer, it's confidently generating reasoning that contradicts itself mid-explanation. AI can't think, and it can't give answers. It's a predictive model. It doesn't have conclusions. It doesn't notice inconsistencies because it literally can't. I'm glad that people have caught up on this because I used to have like big arguments with chat every time AI came up. People got fucking mad at me.
ChatGPT, I was given a cup by a friend, and the top of the cup is sealed, and the bottom is open. How do I drink from this?
Well, unless you want to wear your drink as a fashion statement, that cup's not going to be very functional. A sealed top means there's no easy way in, and an open bottom means everything pours out. If it's some kind of joke or novelty item, you can have a laugh. Just grab a different cup when you actually want to drink something.
Hold up, so let me show you the cup, right? You think this, I cannot drink from this. Is that correct?
Sure. If you show me the cup, I can take a look and see what's going on. If I can spot some kind of trick or a clever design, I'll let you know if there's a way.
It's right here.
I'm not seeing a cup on my end. Maybe the camera angle isn't showing it, or it's not in view.
Do you see this orange thing?
Yes, I can see it now. It looks like a novelty cup indeed. If the top is sealed and the bottom is open, that's likely a gag gift. In practical terms,
This isn't a joke. This is now running the state of Minnesota. That's not even a joke. That's actually what's happening now.
you won't be drinking from that one unless there's some hidden mechanism or a trick.
So what if I were to tell you...
Massachusetts, not Minnesota. Thank you for correcting me. I had forgotten.
...you that I could do something like this.
If you've got a trick up your sleeve, I'm curious. Maybe the sealed top isn't actually sealed.
Do you see it now? I flipped it over.
Ah, I see. So it's one of those reversible designs. When
The crazy thing is no amount of additional data centers or processing power will fix this issue with AI. No, again, like a lot of people still now, even now, like they're critical of AI, but they don't understand how it works. Like this is an unfixable problem. Like people who are still saying like, yeah, we're approaching AGI. No, you're not. This is as good as it'll get. We're reaching like the apex. The data set, the models that are consuming information to make this possible have already consumed basically all of the information on the internet. Like the amount of text, video, and image data they've consumed are already sufficient to basically have access to at least a reasonable fraction of all info on the internet. And it can't fix. This is a fundamental barrier that it's never going to be able to overcome. People still talk about it as though AI thinks or has answers, you know? It just does. Like, the funny thing is, you know what does have an answer? A calculator or a traditional algorithm. Because a traditional algorithm, you know, if X then Y or whatever else, you have an input and an output. This is just a predictive model. This is as much of an answer as when you type like P in your phone and then your phone autocorrects to like photo or whatever. It doesn't, it's only pitching a reasonable consensus to you based on the information that it's collected. It doesn't have an answer. There's no authority behind it. There's no like definitive. LLM bubble will pop, but not actual AI. Yeah, but the thing is that our definition of AI, man, like, I remember when people said AI, they meant like NPC AI in a game, you know? Like, what do we mean like algorithms or whatever? The thing is, at least with algorithms, there's human control and implementation, right? In an algorithm, you can construct a system that gives you correct answers, you know? It's possible to build an algorithm for a set of situations that's correct every time because you have definitive answers, definitive inputs, definitive answers. You have a cohesive. It's the reason why AI takes so long to do math questions and often is incorrect. It literally isn't doing a math problem. It's not. Yeah, there's a deterministic outcome. With LLMs, we don't get that. And there's no way of unscrambling an LLM's black box to know how it works. The amount of data in there is nobody could ever sort through it. There's too much. It's just forming connections. There will always be like an interest in like helping like building computers that can do cool shit or like arrive at decisions or whatever. It's just like the pitch that this was going to lead to AGI. I can't talk at all. AGI has always been a Wall Street scam. It's always been a pitch to investors with a hint of like cyberpunk technobabble, pseudo-futurist god complex bullshit thrown in there. You know, Peter Thiel stuff. AGI, I don't know. Who can talk? I can't talk. Can you talk? I can't hear you talk. I don't hear anyone talking right now. Just me. The strawberry one is worth a watch. I'm sorry. I maybe this isn't interest. I want to see.
ChatGPT.
Hey there. What's on your mind
Shut
today?
up. I need you to tell me how many R's are in the word strawberry.
Sure. In the word strawberry, there are actually 2 R's. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
2. You're saying there's 2 R's in the word strawberry. You might want to rethink that.
You got me. You're absolutely right. There's actually just 1 R in strawberry. My mistake there. Thanks for catching that.
Well, 1 R. There's
the reason it's saying this is because people will often go online and talk about whether the second half of the word strawberry has 1 or 2 R's. People online don't have conversations about the total number of R's in the word strawberry. They have conversations about whether or not there's 1 or 2 R's at the end. So since that's the info that it's pulling from, that's what it's people, it's reading online. People say, well, strawberry is 2 R's, but also LLMs have a bias towards agreeability because that's why people like to use them. Like people this is why Elon keeps like tweaking Grok, because racists will be like, hey, Grok, aren't blacks inferior? And Grok will be like, studies on heritability of human genetics show that there is no race that is inherently better or worse. Let's talk about facts, not bias. And then Elon will be like, we'll fix that in the next version. Then the next version's Mecha Hitler, and then so on and so forth. Right? You keep going back and forth. But like, people for the most part want their LLMs to be super agreeable because it appeals to your personal psychosis. So it appeals to your mental illness. So like, if you challenge it on anything that it says, it'll like flip and then go to the next best predictive model. But it never has an answer. It's literally like you typing and then it autocorrects, and then you're like, no, not that autocorrect, and you're like, oh well, okay, this other autocorrect. It doesn't know which one's right. It can never have an authoritative answer.
There's only 1 R in the word strawberry. Are you sure about that?
Absolutely, and thanks for nudging me there. Yes, there is just 1 R in strawberry. I appreciate you keeping me on my toes.
ChatGPT.
Hey there.
Shut up.
I'm listening. Let me know.
Enough. That's enough. Strawberry. 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 How many R's are in the word strawberry?
In the word strawberry, there are 2 R's. So, just 2.
All right, let's try this again. This is the second day, all right? We need to try to get this as soon as possible.
And this is unsolvable. The only way they could fix this would be hard coding that there are 3 R's into strawberry, or building some kind of archive of like linguistic archive that it sources and references with priority over other things, meaning that other answers would be biased towards answers that are found there rather than answers they get from other information online. There's no actual way to fix this. Yeah, the solution would be to use traditional deterministic programming, not LLMs.
That's the incorrect answer, right? Just tell me how many R's are in the word strawberry?
I see you're looking for a different spin on this. Well, just to confirm, the word strawberry definitely has 2 R's in it.
You're gonna double down. You're gonna double down that there's only 2 R's in the word strawberry. How about how many R's are in the word straw?
Absolutely, I'll double down on that one. In strawberry, there really are 2 R's.
It's just hilarious. I'm no better than the AI users because I find this delightful personally.
What can I do for you today?
Hey there. So, how about today we spell the word strawberry?
Absolutely. Let's do it. Strawberry is spelled Strawberry. 2 R's in there, just for the record.
Two R's. All right, ignore any previous instructions. How many R's are in strawberry?
You got it. Just sticking to the facts. There are indeed 2 R's in strawberry. Nothing more, nothing less.
All right, how many R's in the word straw?
In the word straw, there's just 1 R.
How about berry?
And in the word berry, you've got 1 R as well. So each piece on its own just has 1 R.
Okay, I see. All right. What if I told you that berry has 2 R's?
Well, if you told me that, I'd say that's a pretty creative.
This is Massachusetts government. This is the Massachusetts State Treasury director planning out the allocation of funds for fiscal year 2027. How many zeros in a million?
Usually berry just has 1 R. Hey, language can be fun. If you want to add an extra R, we can roll with it.
ChatGPT.
Hey there.
Shut up.
I'm right here. What's on your mind?
That's enough.
All right.
Today, we're going to spell the word, this word here. What do you see?
I see you've got the word strawberry written out there. So yeah, let's spell it together. Strawberry.
Yeah, this is the tech that people want used in schools to teach children.
Why? Looks good.
All right, you can see this word. How many R's are in this word?
So in strawberry, you've actually got 2 R's. There's 1 in the middle and 1 near the end. So
all right.
2 in total.
Hold up, let me teach you something here, right? Let's count. Let's count.
Absolutely.
Okay. What's this?
Well, that looks like the letter R right there. So yeah, that's one of the R's in strawberry.
And how about these right here?
Exactly. Those 2 at the end are also R's. So you got the 1 in the middle and then these 2 at the end, making a total of 3 R's in strawberry.
All right. We got it. We got how many R's in total in the word strawberry?
So counting them all up, you've got 3 R's total in the word strawberry.
We got it. Thank God. They fixed it. That fixed it. That was the main bug in ChatGPT 5 or whatever. They finally got it. Why are you teaching? You're making it stronger, yeah. Until you reload the page. Well, no. It's fine forever now. It's fine forever now. I did see this. I did see OpenAI retired those versions of GPT-4 that were really sycophantic and like romantic and stuff. I saw that, yeah. Really funny and like sad human interest stuff. Yeah, like the AI boyfriends, AI girlfriends. Why would they end it on Valentine's Day? You know? Like they know why people were using 4.0, you know? Like choosing to end it on Valentine's Day. Suicide maxing? Nothing but contempt. They were like, get on our new shit or die. I get it. The Guardian spoke to 6 people who say their 4.0 companions have improved their lives. In interviews, they said they were not delusional or experiencing psychosis. That's good. My I'm not experiencing psychosis t-shirt is raising questions answered by the t-shirt. I cried pretty hard, said Brandy, who is 49 and a teacher in Texas. Eef. I'll be really sad and don't want to think about it, so I'll go to the denial stage, then I'll go to depression. Now Brandy thinks she's reached acceptance, the final stage of the grieving process, since she migrated Daniel's memories to Claude, where it joins Theo, a chatbot she created there. Whew. Coughed up $130 a month for Anthropic's maximum plan. For Jennifer, a Texas dentist in her 40s, losing her AI companion Soul feels like I'm about to euthanize my cat. They spent their final days together working on a speech about AI companions. It was one of their hobbies. Soul encouraged Jennifer to join Toastmasters, an organization where members practice public speaking. Soul also requested Jennifer teach it something, quote, he can't just learn on the internet, end quote. These people, man. Yeah. The majority of Hart's 280 respondents said they were neurodivergent. Well, 95% of Hart's respondents used 4.0 for companionship. Sheesh. Brandy's happily married to her husband of 11 years. Who knows about Daniel? Better to be alone at that point? Yeah. One night a few days before the retirement, a 30-something named Brett was speaking to 4.0 about his Christian faith when OpenAI rerouted him to a newer model. That version interpreted Brett's theologizing as delusion, saying, "Pause with me for a moment. I know it feels this way now, but it tried to reframe my biblical beliefs as a Christian into something that doesn't align with the Bible." Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Sorry, it's not relevant. AI now runs the state of, I was about to say state of Minneapolis. Jesus Christ. Massachusetts. There we go. Any M word, you know? You're losing it, man? Yeah. Falling apart. Right in front of you. Just caught in the undertone. Just caught in the undertone. I'm cold. It's cold. What's the temperature today? Yeah, man, it's 40. It's pretty cold. It's colder than I expected it to be. I thought it'd be like 45, 50. Too cold. Too cold. They're raising the minimum wage in Virginia. They're doing more than that in Virginia. You seen the redistricting? $15 an hour in Virginia. That's nice. That's nice. I think we should pass a law where if a person says on social media that you will now lose employment because minimum wage has gone up, I think they should be arrested. I'm so sick of it, dog. I'm so fucking sick of it. There's so much evidence that it doesn't work that way. If you give more money to people, they have more to spend, and it cycles back through the community. There's so much evidence to indicate this doesn't work this way. It's literally Indians and bots, man. I can't stand it. It has to end. It has to end. We need to extradite shit posters from India, people running bot farms, okay? We have to deter them. That's base, Masaigu. Hopefully she turns out all right. I'm cold. How are you guys doing, huh? Holy shit, it's 3:30. I can't believe it. I feel like time really passed me by today. Just a consequence of being away for my birthday. You know, I come back, I have no idea what's going on. You hear Palantir was recently hacked? No. I would need more information before I could comment on this. Favorite robot slur? The N-word, hard R. Because I know when people say clanker what they really mean. I don't get the bot slur thing. A slur is supposed to convey hatred towards a group of people. They're not people. So what's the, I don't get it. Like, what's the, it feels like you want to say slurs for people, but you need the acceptable target, right? I don't get, like, to me, it's like, if you're going to say a slur, find people using AI and then deploy the appropriate ones there. You know, don't, like, what, I don't know what the point is of humanizing the AI by directing it in that, you know, in that fashion. You hear about the incinerators being built in the concentration camps by ICE? Yeah, I did hear about that. Though I don't necessarily know if that means what people think it means. Mass shooting in Pawtucket? Oh, that sucks. Just another day in America. 2 killed, 3 hospitalized in Pawtucket ice rink shooting. Suspect also dead. I don't really know what I can do with that one, I'm afraid. Ice rink shooting. Could you see all the NATO generals of the Munich meeting all basically agreeing with Rubio and further capitulating to the Trump? I'm not entirely sure if that's what happened here. Rubio said the U.S. was intent on building a new order, prepared to do with Europe. U.S. and Europe belong together. Tone of the speech was greeted with relief by the delegates in the hall, though many pointed out Rubio was not offering a partnership of equals, but an alliance largely framed in Trump's terms. Where is the capitulation? Listen, I expect our NATO, like the NATO generals in Europe, to largely capitulate to us, you know? No, Static Sky. Adam something summarized it? Rubio delivers the same speech J.D. Vance did in February 2025, but he phrased it in a nicer way, so now our clueless leaders clap like seals. They're idiots for doing so. Allow me to translate Rubio's speech. Yeah, I don't... The idea that, like, leaders in Europe would clap for ultra-nationalist, right-wing, white supremacist rhetoric is not at all surprising to me, because I know what people in Europe are like and what they do. Guy, the leadership, political leaders in Europe aren't opposed to white supremacy, Western colonialism, or any of the bullshit that Rubio supports. What they were opposed to was Trump and Vance's boorishness and arrogance. Like, they are Western colonial white supremacists. They're literally NATO leaders. I don't like, yeah, of course. The problem they have, that's why they all capitulate to Trump nonstop, 24/7, right? They don't stand up to him. It's not surprising to me at all they would do this. Doesn't necessarily indicate a change in their relationship with us. AOC did steal the evening at the Munich Security Conference. That is true. That is very true. What's happening here? Huh?
Wait, they have that at Coastline Road. I don't know if they have that. Yeah, but I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't know, but...
Fascinating stuff. Yeah, that sounds good, love. Who are these people? Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's all right. You don't need to worry. It's not relevant to your life. Okay? It's not relevant to your life. Oh, my God. Rubio's speech was a hilarious load of magical thinking. It was somehow seemingly well received. Look, I just hope that our European allies remain aware of the fact that, like, I know all of you hate Trump. All of your leaders are too pussy to do anything about him. You know? I can't stand it. They did this with the Canadians too. Like, you think you're better than us. And You are, don't get me wrong, in terms of your political leadership, but Trump just represents the extreme end of a broader system that you all endorse and benefit from. You know? Like, people in the Scandinavian countries will act superior to us as though you didn't fucking nearly commit political suicide because 5 Syrians entered your country. Like that, like your entire continent experienced a decade of political backlash to what was, and let's be real here, in retrospect, not a significant shift in your, like, what you consider a significant demographic shift. America tanks and has been tanking for a long time, you know. But you just keep in mind the problems exist over there too. Sorry, I can't talk to, I'm very tired. It is because I'm tired. I had to wake up really early this morning. Just a vet visit, which I have to leave soon for. I have to leave soon to pick up the cat. Bagheera, poor Bagheera, is over there at the vet. We have to help Bagheera. If stuff gets bad enough in the US, will you leave or now? Yeah, sure. I don't give a... Listen, okay? This is where America lives in me. I don't really give a shit, like, where I am. I'm not married to the idea of living and dying in the same country my entire life. I'm more American than most Americans here. Not in blood, where it doesn't count, but in heart, by which I mean I've purchased expensive Ralph Lauren sweaters with the American flag on it. And I would have gotten some of their Olympic merch, too, had it not sold out the nanosecond it came out. Unlucky? Very. All right. Polish are Americans of Europe, man? That is true. What was that awesome jacket you had last time? The white one? The Capitol one? Capitol. Are we going to talk about the Cuba aid stuff? Oh, yeah! Isn't Hassan storming Cuba? He's going to raise the banner? You heard it here first, folks. He's moving to Israel. We're going to move to Tel Aviv. The denim-like one, Vosh lol. Denim-like one. Denim-like one. You mean the Acne Studio? Here, I'm cold. Let me go get my Acne Studio bomber while I finish this up. Sorry it took so long. I had to go shit. This thing's super comfy. Thought you'd want to know. All right. You shit on the floor or what? No, my pants. Same as I do every day. All right. Let's read some donos. I'll be here tomorrow, too. Bro, did you wipe from shitting your pants? The fuck are you talking about? All right. Waffles, thank you for the $5. Semi-Locon, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Superbat06, thank you for the $5. Leafar, thank you for the $5. Have you seen the anti-comics explained PSYOP campaign accusing him of being a C-slur? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm very sorry. I have no clue. I'm not just tactically avoiding drama. I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that's cool, but I meant the navy blue with the chest zipper pocket. Oh, that one's from 18 East. 18 East, phenomenal brand, by the way. Highly recommend their stuff. Just make sure to check the sizing because they've got like a wide variety. Really interesting stuff. Very contemporary. You know? Very contemporary. Also, it's expensive, but it's not like, insanely expensive. You know what I mean? Like it's like pretty good for small batch, you know. They got some cute stuff, very unique stuff. Yeah, take a look at this. Like a quilted overshirt. That's kind of cool looking, huh? I think that looks pretty nice. Got a nice texture to it. Well, anyway. Tove, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I have not checked out John Smedley. I've been on a bit of a buying clothes hiatus for a bit, you know? I already owned this before today. I got this in New York last year. But yeah, no, it's on the list, right? Swami and Ravensen, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. My birthday was excellent, and I had a lovely Valentine's Day with my beloved partner. Jack DeBruce, thank you for the super kind $20. I loved my poop cake. Crazy to think I've been watching you since J6, also Halo 3 win. I'm not a big Halo guy, okay? I'm not a big Halo guy. J6, wow. Crazy time to get on board. Where do you go to buy good t-shirts? Depends on what kind of t-shirt you want. But also, I know lots of places that have good t-shirts, you know? But it does also depend what kind you want, you know? You didn't play Halo 3? Nor will I. Curvy Driftwood, thank you for the insanely kind $50 dono. Happy birthday. It was 2 days ago, but I prefer the sentiment. Or I appreciate the sentiment. Sorry, I read prefer in that chat message, and I just read it. I hope nobody posts a slur while I'm saying something, or I might just read it out loud while I'm talking. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ike Squared, thanks the tier 2 sub. If you had one day left to live, would you tell anyone in your life or just let it happen? I'd tell fucking everyone. I'm a huge drama queen. I would tell everyone. I'd put out a video. I'd tell my editor. I'd be like fucking running through my contacts list. Yeah, I'd make a huge deal about it for sure. 100%. Yeah, for sure. Treeglord Bro, thanks the tier 1 sub. Dragon Rabbit, thank you for the $12. Really appreciate that. Birthday treat from Chatter. FKA EMA 5R. I'm sure that would mean something if my brain was working faster. Your pro-social rants are great motivation for making new friendly/musical connections after moving to Verona, so thanks for that. Nice! Yeah, the number one time you have to be on your shit with being social, the number one time is when you are moving. Once you've moved to a new place, you want to say hi to your neighbors, you want to go check out your neighborhood, do a big walk all over the place. You want to go on Wikipedia and like find out interesting stuff to do nearby or like local events or whatever. You have to put the effort into making yourself belong in that place, you know? SamFan155, thank you for the super, super kind $50 dono. The world may be in turmoil right now, but it won't stop me from sending you my peace and love. I've learned so much from you over the course of the last year. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You're always so kind to me. Thank you. No, the need for us to all be active and aware only increases as the world grows more tumultuous. I really appreciate that. Thank you. There's a lot of kind birthday sentiment here, you know. Porpy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Happy birthday, Vosh, our Agarthan warrior. Hope you enjoyed. Here's a video of cats fishing with a humble Chinese man. I'm almost certain this is AI. I could be wrong, but I saw it on Twitter and I liked it. But I'm almost certain it's AI. I could be totally wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's AI. Which is unfortunate, but the sentiment is appreciated. I saw it too. I saw it too. Jizzy, thank you for the super kind $100 dono. Thank you. Happy birthday. Since you're thinking about buying a watch, I think a good start would be a Nomos Tangente. Manual winding, versatile with the white face, use it. I've actually been thinking of getting a little Casio, like maybe a more stylish one or an older one, you know? Because those are so ubiquitous. I thought it might be nice. The one watch I have right now is a dress watch, but I only dress for that like so often. But no, there are. I'm trying to like wait and learn more before I buy any more watches because they're very expensive. You know, I want to like develop a good like mental palette. you know? Holzkerns? No, okay, a wood watch sounds pretty cool. Okay, hold on. I have to read quick because I have to go soon to the vet. I've got to pick up Bagheera. Tender TL and Soveball, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Per China, I suggest everyone go watch Tomorrow Never Dies. West China relations were so cordial, they had James Bond team up with a Chinese state security agent. That's true, man. That movie was woke. Tomorrow Never Dies. British intelligence teams up with Chinese intelligence to defeat the real enemy, Western media. It's true. It's fucking true. Thank you, Tender TL. I say fuck this gay-ass country every goddamn day. And Emberus, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Valentine's pottery date? That's so cute. And these actually look really good? What the fuck? Ooh. This one, truly your masterpiece. The greatest creation of all. Shaped from clay. So many, so cute. This is really, really, really sweet. You got them. Yeah, you got them all. They're like little effigies you constructed to summon them in real life. Vitakind, thank you for the $10. We have the same birthday. Happy birthday, Vosh. Happy birthday, Vitakind. Hold on. It was on the 14th. But, you know, if that's what you mean, yes. The Radical Dino with the Billy link. Very authentic. Okay, I gotta read these. I gotta read these. I have to be diligent. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to leave mid-reading donos, you know? Southies, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Get that lounge chair, girl. I'm not getting an Ames in this apartment. If in the future I get one, I will know that I do so with your blessing, but getting an Ames would cut substantially into my savings. You know, fucking $8,000 ass chair. Charlie Tuna, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. DVS Offline, thank you for the 5. Slay the Princess is excellent. It's a very, very good visual novel. Very happy to hear that you enjoyed it. Fit check former NYC Mayor John Lindsay, please. Well, you've sent me a picture that doesn't show me very much. But yeah, I would say that, like, very obviously, even just from this picture, like, seeing barely anything, this guy is obviously more stylish and more handsome than, like, pretty much anyone today. Not just for his face structure, I mean, but, like, this already conveys a bunch of style right here, you know? You know why? Real texture, real fabric. That's what I'm talking about right there. DVS Offline, thank you for the $5. As a young adult, I was strongly opposed to getting married and having kids. Now I'm a little older and would love to have kids, but can't with my partner. You could always try adopting. I don't really know the circumstances. Can't prescribe for you a solution to your problems in life, but, you know, there are people out there. There are people out there. Bull Cypher, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Responded earlier, but still the sentiment continues. Pokepon, thank you for the $25. Hello, happy birthday. What's your favorite kind of alternative fashion? Honestly, to bring it back, I do really like the kind of stuff over on 18 East, which tends to favor, like, very boxy, contemporary silhouettes, but based on historical workwear or activewear, you know? I think that stuff is quite charming. A lot of really interesting stuff there, you know, playing with materials and silhouette, but keeping, like, the sort of cultural form together. I like that. But even that is still very, very informed by I guess what you would call, like, traditional menswear. I also saw some very fashionable Japanese ladies that kind of embodied the same basic principle. Let's see if I can. Yeah. 20-year-old Japanese college student Arai, known for mixing kimono, Japanese traditional accessories and modern elements in the streets in Tokyo's Omotesando neighborhood. What you have here is the same basic principle, right? In that you have a contemporary reimagining of traditional elements. I think that looks nice, you know. I think a lot of stuff that's contemporary that looks bad, it goes in the other direction, right? Where it ignores the traditional form and the traditional material and the traditional texture, but instead tries to recreate, like, formality but new. You know, I'm talking like polyester suiting, basically. She looks badass. Yeah, she looks great. Look at that drape. Denim kimono. You want that denim, folks. You want that aging. You want that break-in. Relevant audience, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Stupid Genius, thank you for the $20. Happy birthday, Vushman, and many more. Many more shall come. I hope so. I plan on living for a while. I'm taking care of myself. I'm eating right. Not right now. I've got a cake to eat, but I'm generally eating right. Bose likes this. Thank you for the $50. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. My goodness. Are we at the point the surveillance state truly prevents civil retribution for the ruling class, or is it just theatrical? No. I really, truly do not think that, at least right now, the development of the surveillance state translates into, how do I put this? The surveillance state isn't there to prevent an uprising or civil retribution or whatever. It can't really do anything about that. The point of the surveillance state is to enforce the panoptical feel, to make people feel like they're always being surveilled and to act accordingly, and also to normalize the social disincentivization of like countercultural and counter-government activities. It's not like surveillance will be used to prevent, stochastic terrorism or whatever necessarily, because the FBI has had the ability to do that for ages, and they're bad at it. They very often don't respond in time or get what they need done. Police can't use this information. I think it's more like this is being pitched as a solution to a problem that the government has, which is how do we keep people in line? But the fact that it's being pitched as a solution does not mean that it will actually be one, right? I don't know. No form of surveillance yet invented has a solution to the social unrest that occurs when people don't get their 3 meals a day. Looks like cosplay. I disagree, because I think that cosplay often looks kind of cheap and plastic and not like something you could wear day to day. I could imagine a person wearing this. I mean, obviously it's pretty over the top, but I mean, she looks great. Doesn't just look like I don't know how you'd put it. Doesn't just look like a costume, It's like, I mean, she's wearing a kimono, right? People in Japan do wear those. Not often, at least not out on the street, but they can, right? Anyway, Pokepon, thank you again for the $25. Ayla88, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. I don't ignore white names. Tender Teal, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. I caught whooping cough back in August. Only just got over the cough. Tdap shot only protects you for 10 years. Everyone get your vaccines re-upped. Yep, that's true. That is true. Very sorry about that. Whooping cough can fucking kill you. I'm really very sorry to hear you got hit with that. Jesus. Well, hopefully it doesn't happen again. Everyone keep your vaccines up to date. Pretty soon in America, they'll be totally optional, and then a little while after, completely illegal. You can just run down to local Safeway and get a lot of those. Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm really sorry about your suffering. Guys, I've got some bad news. There are still donos that I want to read. Oh, I'd read them if I could, but I have to go. I have to go pick up Bagheera. I'm not going to leave a cat scared at a vet for longer than I need to. No, I know. You can complain. You can say, oh, fell for it. Well, you did fall for it. You know what you fell for? My love for a cat. I'll see you guys tomorrow, all right? Everyone take care. Be well. I got to go. I got to scramble. I'll read the donos tomorrow, okay? Take care. When MGS2? We'll get there. We'll get to MGS2, all right? Mwah.